Hey, Woody.
Hey, Kushi, how you doing?
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Pretty happy actually, since I just filmed them.
Yeah, I
Like
don't.
today, I just finished it, and then now I have to go do some errands for my mom. So I was like, oh shit, I have to rush.
That's exciting. No, it's I was pumped getting your news. So I'm excited. I'm excited. Okay, the guys joining in right now. Jeremy, Mason, hope you guys are doing well. Okay. Okay, give me just a second, guys. I will be right back, and then by then, here in a minute or so, I think most of the guys should join, and we'll get started. Be right back.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Yeah, man,
How's it going, brother?
I'm doing good as always. How about you?
Doing well. Man, it's like you live in Canada or something? Look at that jacket, man.
Yeah, I'm in Canada actually. I do live in Canada, Montreal.
No, I know, I'm just screwing with you, man.
Honestly, it's not hard enough to wear that jacket, but I was in a rush, so I just put the first thing that I had on.
Yeah, we had someone coming here last year. They're from Alberta.
Oh,
They were telling us, they were like, dude, there's nothing out here except freezing cold. I was like, yeah.
yeah, it's really fucking cold over here to Alberta. Yikes. I wouldn't want to live there, I'll be honest.
Do you know
It's
where
already cold enough in Montreal.
I'm actually going to Canada this year in I think June.
Really?
Um I'll tell you where I'm going. You tell me if you know where it is. Uh but it's like I think an hour or so from Toronto. Let's see. Are you familiar where Kitchener is?
Kitchener's?
Kitchener?
I think so.
K-I-E-N-E-R Kitchener?
So, I don't think I've been, but I think I do know like the surrounding of where it is. Well, especially if you tell me that it's like 1 hour away from Toronto. I think I have an idea where it should be.
Yeah. Waterloo.
It's only like 6 hours away from where I am.
The Waterloo region, Ontario.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know that place.
that's where it
I
says.
almost went to university there, actually,
Oh, really?
in Waterloo. Yeah, I went. I almost. I didn't. Chose not to, but yeah, I could have. It's a pretty calm place from what I heard.
All right, guys. So, we got a few people in here. I know we're gonna have a few more people hop on in, but we can go and get started. Um, Guys, we have a new member, Wulji, whose official start date is today, and he's already closed his first deal, which is pretty cool. So I want to go ahead and hand it over to him. You guys all know the drill. We want to give Wulji our undivided attention. After he asks his question, I will be calling on some of you guys unless you guys want to speak up and answer his question. Wulji, again, just really quick, who are you? What made you join? As well as what are your goals? And then, of course, what is that one question you want to ask and kind of get perspective from these other guys that have been here for months, some even years. But the mic is in your court, man.
Sure. So what's up, guys? My name is Wilgie. I'm from, as I said, Montreal, Canada. Reason why I chose, I mean, initially, I was doing drop shipping, and then I went into um, like videography. We did some a couple of like video work for social media for some companies like real estate agents, construction company, and I did also restaurants. And then I was trying to go back into the marketing. Reason why I joined Kushik's program is because I've went through multiple programs, and I wasn't able to find like the guidance or the information that I was looking for, because most of the time, they would just give you the same information that they would take through and then give you back same thing from everyone. And nobody went really like as deep into the information as Kushik did. I think he mentioned it last week, because I saw the program, I saw an ad from him, and then I was like, man, I don't see any like content. So I went and sent him an email saying, hey guys, so I don't know, like I haven't seen any content. Who's that guy? Like, can I get some more information so that I can like at least be sold from you? And then they sent me back the YouTube channel. I did check, and I did my research, saw the old DSL for the full program, and that actually sold me. Like I was like, shit, okay, that seems to be a very interesting like approach, very interesting like offer. So I decided to get into the 7 days program because it was very cheap. And I learned, I feel like I learned more into the 7 day program than I did in some other 10K 10K program from somebody else. I mean, sure, they taught me how to sell and everything, but like how to actually deliver, how to actually like see like the 6 to 7 figure, was it 7 to 9 figure machine? I think was it that? But how did you call it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that helped me get so much clarity and like how to, I should serve my clients, because I did manage to close some people, but I didn't even know how to like get them results. And I felt like with Kushik, I would really be able to, learn how to give them results. So I wouldn't be just like selling dreams without being able to accomplish what I do sell, which was something that was really like affecting me. And so I decided to go ahead with Kushik, got into the program, and man, I'm happy to be here. Got into it, and last Wednesday, close the client today, right
Yep.
before the call. Close the client using Kushik's system, because using his all of his like I just followed to the T, and then it was easy just like that. The guy was so sold with like what I actually offered that he didn't even like he really cared about like the initial video thing, but he forgot about it at the end. He was like, damn, I want that. So that's why I joined Kushik's system program, and then yeah, I'm planning to stay. Sure. I mean, my question for everyone is one thing that I can say that I kind of struggled with is staying like on up to date with everything. All of the I used to do a lot of like the video editing, but still working part time and everything. How do you guys like plan to stay up to date with your clients and your work and everything? I know that my goal is to become full time with as a cine marketer, but how do you guys do? Is it clear enough?
Good question. So hopefully you guys heard that. First things first, if anybody here wants to spend 10K on a coaching program, you think it's gonna be better, you heard it first. Uh, Mr. Wilgie said the $47 program was more valuable. So you heard it
For
first
real.
from him. And hopefully Serge doesn't mind, or so hopefully Wilgie doesn't mind. I'm gonna just throw the name out there. We're talking about guys like Serge. Serge, what's his last name? Serge Cotro or
Atari,
something?
Atari.
Qatari. So if you ever
Yeah.
see Serge Qatari, his 10K program, understand that the $47 program you guys have access to is more valuable than that. Okay. So yes, I am patting myself on the back. Yes, that I'm shouting for the roof, but you guys heard it here first. Now, second thing is, um, his question is how do you guys balance time? Right. So I feel like Jeremy, you're gonna be like fantastic for this question. I know Keith is still trying to kind of figure that out, kind of trying to get that balance. Um, Jeremy, do you have insight that you could share with him?
Yes, I would also like to know too.
Jeremy, we
You're
can't hear.
muted.
You're muted. You got to reset.
Dang, that was the best joke I've ever told. You try to work 22, 23 hours a day, get some sleep when you can, try not to fall asleep in the meetings with people. No. I'm going to tell you, it's not like rocket science, but there's the old term in corporate world called blocking, time blocking. That's what I do. For instance, Koshik in my coaching has told me, look, I want you to put in an hour a day working on ads. That's what I do. I just put it on my schedule and that's what I do. Um, Now I will say, at first it was harder to do because, um, I had established clients and customers I was working with. So somebody like, Keith is similar to me. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch the new name.
Will G.
What is it?
Will G.
Wilgie. Okay, so
Yeah.
Wilgie, I don't know. You're working. It sounds like another job, at least part time, maybe full time. There's really no other way around it other than you're just going to have to put in the time outside of work. All of us who have started businesses, Keith can relate, Koshi can relate, Mason's relating. I'm sure I know I had to do it. There's just going to be times where you can't sit down and watch the latest Netflix show. You got to sit down and work. You can't go out and hang out with everybody when they're going to the party or going to the club or whatever. You got to put in the work. Your weekends, you're going to have to work on some Saturdays and Sundays where maybe before you didn't have to do that. That's my 2 cents, man. It's discipline and forcing yourself to do the things that, what's that term? Disciplining yourself so you don't have to be disciplined afterward. So you just have to discipline yourself to do what you got to do to get where you have to get so you won't not get there. How's that?
I mean, yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, just do the work.
You have a goal, you have a dream. How bad do you want it? And that's something I've learned as a manager of people in my career. I'm sure Koshik learns it, would tell you it's the same thing here. Koshik and Mason can't want it more than you. So, if you want to do this and you're working a 40-hour job, 40-hour a week job as it is, you're just going to have to put in the time outside of that job. There's no other way around it. And you're going to have to force yourself because nobody can want it more than you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
I like what Jeremy said at the end, which is like, you got to want it more than us. I was kind of joking earlier about Surge, but like on a serious note, man, like me and Mason care. Like we genuinely care. And um, I would say I'm not like a freaking Buddha. I'm not a saint. I do view it from a place of business, and I know that every single time people hit certain metrics, you're gonna re-sign, you're gonna stay on with us. So my goal, is not coming from like an angel. It's like I want you to hit certain numbers so that you sign on, you stay on. But also, I want to see you win because then you get to be another trophy. You get to be another notch on our belt. Straight up, just straight up. But here's the thing. What Jeremy said was so crucial in that no matter how bad I want you to win, no matter how bad me and Mason want you to, for our own win, our own purposes, you gotta want it way more. And so the fact that Jeremy said that, like that's what I've seen across the board. For the people that are the most successful, like, yeah, we want them to win for our own selfish benefits, but they gotta want it way more. The moment I feel like I'm with somebody, I'm like, yo, dude, you need to update this, bro. What is going on here? I've told you this a million times. The moment I have to have those kinds of conversations, like, bro, you don't want it bad enough. You don't want it nearly as bad as you need to want it. Um, so I think that's super crucial that Jeremy shared that. That's really good insight. Um,
Thanks, man. Thanks, Jeremy.
yeah. Um, does anyone else have any other like perspective that they wanted to share with Wilgie regarding this topic?
I was just gonna say, Koshi, did you see what Cam just said in the chat? Take a look at that for a second. But so Wilgie, something that really helped me, dude, because I'm a very vulnerable person. I know what I suck at. And when I first started trying to do this thing where I was working full time and then trying to transition to work for myself, I really sucked at managing my time but doing the things that I knew were important. And a lot of the times I kind of caught myself in a trap of I only wanted to do the things in the business that I wanted to do because I enjoyed doing those things. And that really delayed my progress because a lot of times what's really going to put us in the position that we want to be in to really move the business forward is the boring shit that you just don't ever feel like doing. It's kind of like going to the gym, bro. It's like in order to like lift heavier, in order to, get gains in the gym, in order to get six-pack abs, it's like you have to do the boring shit. You have to consistently show up. You have to consistently do these things. And something that really helped me go through that is I basically kind of wrote a square. And in that square, I basically categorized all the tasks that I know I needed to do. And I realized a lot of the tasks that I was doing were in the quadrant of like things I find fun to do, but aren't going to move my business forward. So really what I did is like, I categorized my tasks. And the first thing on top of the board always for me is what the hell is going to put money in my pocket? Do that thing first. Okay. So most of the times it's like, hey, like, let's not worry about how to service my client. Let's get the sale. Let's learn sales and then come to us and lean on us and say, okay, now how do I actually get the results? Because we have your back, especially with like you signed a PT, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like dude, you're gonna be fine. You know what I mean? Like you have me. So I think it's just like order of operations. What's going to put the money in your pocket? What's the number one skill that I need to be learning right now? And get rid of kind of that, like, I like to do certain things in the business. So these are the things that I'm going to do, even though those aren't going to be the things that help you grow. And if you're ever confused on like, hey, what the hell should I be doing? That means me and Koshik are doing a bad job and you need to reach out to us and let us know.
100%. A lot of good stuff there in terms of what Mason said. I think my kind of takeaway from what Mason said is like you gotta, we oftentimes want to do certain things, and it's like it's not about what you want to do, but what's gonna make the most sense. And so I find myself as well, like doing, I'm like, I want to message this person, I want to say this thing, I want to do this thing, and it's gonna be fun, and I want to like, blow their mind really quick and help them out. But it's like, nah, dude, I got this really hot lead and I know it might not turn a sale, but like I gotta go work them, right? Stuff like that. It's like you gotta do what you gotta do. It's like, hey, look, I don't want to do this, but I gotta go freaking create a new ad. I gotta do what I gotta do. So that's kind of what I heard from Mason. Another thing is I'm gonna share, and I know we were talking a little bit about finances. I just posted some stuff in the Value Drops channel. And he asked like a series like 10 questions, and I'm gonna create a video. I'm gonna share it. And I think just maybe watching that video and just understanding like what it really takes to be successful. Like understanding like, guys, you need $1 million liquid cash. If that doesn't light a fire under your ass, I don't know what will. When you realize you really need $1 million cash liquid to live any kind of meaningful life that we all aspire to live to, most likely, um, you realize like how like depravity, you realize how hungry you need to be, you realize how thirsty you need to be. And it becomes a matter of like just getting there as fast as possible. That's another tip I'll give you. And that's more like a motivation thing. Another thing, this is like super off topic. I know, Woji, your question was like, how do you like stay focused when we're like throwing all this stuff your way? Um, this is something else I thought I just share with everybody. I've been taking this. I'm on a diet. I've been on a calorie restriction diet for the last few months. I got a few more months to go, and I find myself like really struggling some days. And so I started taking these. So I don't know if you guys know, like in terms of like Vyvanse and an Adderall, what it does is it naturally increases your dopamine and your adrenaline. So we as men, actually, you might think like, oh, like people talk about like dopamine detoxing. Like dopamine is actually what creates drive. Dopamine is what gets you to be hungry and get after it. So what I found is like when I take this in the morning, I start my gym, I'm like on fire. Like I want to just get shit done. And this is me being at like a caloric deficiency. So anyways, dopamine
Hey,
brain food by Natural Stacks. Something you guys might want to look into.
can you, I don't know if everybody else your screen is kind of getting blurry, Koshi.
Yeah.
Could you put a link
Yeah.
where we could get that?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
your screen
I
is
got
just pixelated. All I can see is dopamine. You
Yeah,
have
it's
a
super
So
pixelated.
What's in it? What is it?
yeah, so good question. I so basically these are precursors to creating dopamine in the brain. So there's like a few different cycles. So you've basically L-tyrosine turns into something else and then to dopamine. So it's just like these are just like natural precursors. So this is just stuff that's found in food. And what I've come to find, it takes about 1 to 2 hours for it to like hit peak, and then once that 1 to 2 hours, boom, like I'm ready to rock and roll. So, anyways, anybody else have anything else they want to talk about before we get started today, guys?
What's it called so that I can look it up?
Yeah, I put it in the general communication. It's
Oh, you
Natural
did.
Stacks Brain Food.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Um, Anybody else got anything they want to go over before we get started? Okay, cool. We'll get started then. Actually, I do want to share something really quick. So we went over this last week. You guys know what you guys are looking at?
Cold hard cash.
Yeah, that's the cycle thing you said that you talked about last time.
Yeah, yeah. So this yellow line is the M2 money supply. It tells us where it's going to go, like if the market's going to go up and down. And so literally just since last week, these two candles represent like these two things here. And then as you can see, we took a dip that represents this and this. Then we got these two where this here represents this. And so what you guys are going to probably see is like see a dip. We're probably going to be around 83,000 next week. So let's see how close this plays. But this has got an 80% correlation. So whenever this goes up, there's an 80% chance that Bitcoin will go up. Whenever this goes down, 80% chance Bitcoin will go down. So this is what we went over last week. If you guys want to look more into it, global M2 money supply. That's the indicator. Okay. So who do we got first? So we got Mr. Robin.
Yo.
Yo. I know I've been like just dumping a bunch of information at you. What's brewing in your head?
All right. So I had a really good day since I posted this morning, everything. So I had was it 3 new like DMs come in? Did 2 discovery calls right before this, and I've got a 3rd discovery call booked right after this. Two of the discovery calls are scheduled for sales calls. One of them probably I might take it just to practice sales. It was like not even for a wedding, it's for a like her daughter's graduation party. And she just wanted like a highlight video of it. It's like 2 hours away from me. And when I asked, like, after I booked the sales call, I'm like, hey, do you have any idea of budget? She was like, well, we're paying our photographer about $150, so something around there. And I'm like, yeah, probably not going to actually do it. I don't know. What do you, maybe if you think it might be worth doing just to practice some sales, then might do it. But the other one I've got booked for tomorrow, wedding, literally next weekend. So the 6th on a Sunday. Their previous videographer canceled. So they are probably like, we need to book this quick. Got through the when I messaged him and I asked like first question of like, hey, it looks like we're available for that date. Can you tell me a little bit about what you're looking for? Send his phone number over right away. It's like, hey, just call me. I'm like, okay, let's just skip ahead to the end of that script. Called him up, got through the whole discovery call script in like 5 minutes. It was like, did the, we do $15,000 all the way down to 2,500. Does that scare you? He's like, nope, like no hesitation whatsoever. And then moved right along. So I'm feeling very good about this one. So that is booked for 11 a.m. tomorrow. So I'm going to be like just slamming all of the sales stuff all morning tomorrow to prep for that.
Okay, good. What else is going on?
Let's see. Updated the Instagram data. So the numbers do look a little bit better because that one discovery call that came from Instagram. So that is very good. And this one's interesting because it was a man, right? It was not one that we're even targeting on the Facebook side of things. It was like The one that I accidentally forgot to add all the targeting details, so it's just like I think anyone 18 to 45, and it just like using its AI to figure it out. So that's good. That brought the let's see, cost per discovery call down to $88, which is let me see, what was the wedding Facebook one? Let's see. Facebook is so Facebook's actually a little better. It's at 40. Wait, no, call $60. Okay, so it's pretty close.
Is this updated, you said, or you haven't put this in yet?
Yes, that's updated. I just updated that with the one booked sales meeting.
Okay, cool. Interesting. So cost for wedding date, venue response 41. Engage conversation is um, okay. So 143 for this. Okay. So we want to get this updated, right? When you can, if you could please fill that out.
Page combos. I can try my best with those, but with those, it's when we were running multiple Facebook ones, I have no idea how to attribute. All I can tell is like whether or not it came from Facebook or Instagram. I don't know how to attribute it to a specific ad. Is there any way to do that in the ads manager?
So if you filter from like this date to like this date, that should only be Facebook ads, right? So
Yes, I'm not sure how many like different ad sets we had going at once. I forget when. I'll have to check because remember at one point I was running 2 ad sets.
Well, what I'm saying is, so from March 10th to current, that's when tracking can be a little bit dicey. But anything before that, we can attribute and just say, hey, look, they are from Facebook ads.
Oh, just all. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
And so,
oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because we've got them split up now.
No. So we know that if anything came from February 15th to March 9th, we know for sure, this is a Facebook. So we can go and put that data in.
So you just want to get that for the to get a better average.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. I just want to get a better average right now. Because right now, yeah. So for here.
Oh, dang. Cost per engaged convo. I see. That is way, way off. Yeah.
So if I'm looking at just the last 2 weeks, I don't know what this would be. It'd be like 60 some bucks, and this is like $80. So it's like, okay, now it's not so drastically. I mean, right now it's drastically different if I'm just considered this. I guess, we can just go and wait. Cost per engaged conversation we said was cost per engaged conversation is $29 on Facebook.
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah. So what I did is I added. Okay. So what I did is I added 177 plus 61, and then I divided that by 4.
Gotcha.
So that's how I'm getting that number. So I was looking, the numbers I gave you were just for the last 2 weeks because we have an apples to apples, oranges to oranges, Facebook versus Instagram.
Gotcha.
And so if we have $29 for cost per engaged conversation, which is like fantastic, man, like that's really good. Versus we're at, I don't know what this would be. Can you, so were there any engaged conversations for this week on Instagram or no?
I don't think so. Yeah, that was like just dead.
Okay. So that means we're taking 170.
Oh, wait, were you asking for Instagram or for Facebook?
This one's for Instagram.
Wait. The one you're sharing your screens for Facebook, right?
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's on
there. We go.
Engaged conversation. So we have 2 for this week, and then we have nothing for this week. Is that correct?
I might not have updated that one. I'd have to go back and look. Okay. Yeah, I think we had the 4 responses with the wedding date venue.
Okay. So I would say, before I suggest anything, I want to make sure that again we just have we have the data all up to date. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I added a calendar thing for the morning to make sure I get that updated at the beginning of each day for the previous day.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Because like even right now, it's like it's hard for me to say something, like 29 is fantastic. And so my initial advice, like I'll be honest, if this is the accurate data, then it's like, dude, it's literally this. But if you're telling me like, hey, Koshik, dude, I got this guy, he's hot and heavy, he's probably gonna buy from me like tomorrow. Now I'm like, well, dude, I don't know if I want to turn off Instagram ads if that's where the money's coming from.
Yeah.
Um, especially if like it's like, hey, Kushik, the numbers are pretty, they might be a little bit more expensive on Instagram, but like, hey, man, like I just made a few $1,000s. Like, okay, well, let's reconsider Instagram and see what we can do better there.
Yeah.
So what we can talk about is tomorrow is I would say what's going to be really important to you, man, is going to be it's honestly going to be FOMO, scarcity, urgency, like that time crunch stuff. That's what's going to be super important to you. So you can I don't necessarily have like I'm gonna just kind of go off the top of my dome here. I'm not saying this is the best thing. I'm just kind of giving an idea of like, the flavor of conversation, which is like, hey man, so I know you're probably pretty stressed out right now. I can only imagine you got the wedding here in a week. See what I'm doing there? That's psychological warfare. I'm sprinkling in like, hey, dude, you're a little bit stressed out. And he's like, yeah, dude, I'm stressed out. And then it's like, look, man, like I want to delve into like what we have going on, but like just so I understand, can you tell me a little bit more about like the previous wedding videographer? Like, how did you find him? What happened? Can I understand what the falling out was? And he's gonna start going and reliving emotions as he takes you through that whole journey. And then again, when you get towards the tail end of like, hey, he left you and this and that, now you can really, again, you might feel like it's emotion, but it is what it is. Part of sales, like just kind of putting your finger into the wound a little bit of like, okay, well, how did that make you feel? Like, why, dude, that's kind of messed up. Was your wife freaking out right then? Like stuff like that will really trigger him. It's like, oh, and you can maybe joke about it a little bit. It's like, oh, dude, yeah, I could totally see the wife getting super pissed. You ever see like I have nightmares thinking about like, wedding cakes being dropped, like stuff like that. Does that make sense? Exactly. So
Yeah.
now you're kind of like, you're really increasing anxiety. Um, and then, depending on how you can play the energy, you can kind of, it could be in your benefit where you're like, if he can sense that you're really just like kind of sitting back and relaxing, not worried about the sale, and you're super chill about it, and he really likes your personality, he really likes your work, that could make him like come to you even more. So, like, because I really think about the dynamic. There's actual urgency, there's actual scarcity, there's actual. So if you just really lay back and make him really want you, that's going to really work in your favor, I think. So those are the kinds of things that I think are going to help you out tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I was going back and forth because like some things for like other weddings that if they're a year out, I had like two things I was going to try with the pricing where like I was going to add this is like a text like the day before the sales call being like, hey, just so you know, we do have like a discount available if you're ready to book at the end of the call or something like that to like let them know in advance, get them thinking like, hey, if I actually, oh, don't do that at all. Okay. Why do I not do that at all?
Okay. This will be a fun game. Who here wants to maybe chime in and say like why they wouldn't recommend doing that? Or would you recommend? I'm curious, Keith, Jeremy, Mason. I saw Mason, you're cracking up a little bit. Who wants to maybe chime in and say why they wouldn't do that or why they would do that?
Can you repeat that, Koshik? I was a little distracted there. Sorry.
Yeah, so Robin, go ahead. Robin was suggesting that he was going to do something, and I'm like, no, 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 no.
Yeah, I had a brilliant idea,
like,
and I think it was probably one of the greatest ideas ever to have been had by anyone ever, and that was to offer, be like, to do a text the day before, like, hey, just so you know, we have like a discount available for people that are ready to book at the end of the call, as a way to like try to lead them into, I don't know, getting ready for that. It seemed like in my head it was like objection handling in advance or something.
I'd just keep it in my back pocket as, and go with one of the offers that Koshik has designed, whether it be like a 30-day trial or something like the click to fee, free to, I can never say the cool phrases.
Yeah. Well, these are like wedding videos, by the way.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't start giving discounts before you even talk to them. I mean,
Yeah,
That's
at
why-
first I thought it sounded like a good idea, but then when I thought about it, it sounds desperate, right? Like you're giving away any advantage you have to them because now they know that there's a discount. So they're going to be, maybe you could sell it without that discount.
That's
know?
a good. That's
It
a
was
good
going to be
point.
like $300 off or something, and it was supposed to be something like, "Hey, this is just like I don't like doing the back and forth, doing 10 calls back, and then I try to follow you
Yeah.
up, and then you try to follow me up, and then our schedules don't align, and it just drags on and on and on and wastes most of our time. So it's like if you want to do it, I'll give you like $300 off, just to if you're ready to go right now. Just as it like if they're 90% of the way there, and it's just like okay, let's just move it over the top."
So Keith's theory is don't say it because you lose your leverage. 100% agree with that, but that's not why I wouldn't do it. That is 100% true though. That 100% true. Your discount is the leverage. So I'll kind of go a level deeper. When could you use a discount? You could use the discount when you get to the end of the sales call and they don't move forward. You use that discount to get them to hop on another call. So that's a really key golden nugget I just gave you guys.
Exactly.
Which is like,
Wait, say
which
that
is-
again.
So what I like to do is I like to use a discount as a means to get somebody on another sales call. So what I mean by that, I'll give you an example, guys. You get to the end of the month and you're like, hey guys, so hey, you reach out to your lead. Hey John, just want to reach out to you really quick, man. We are, getting to the end of the month and we have a quota that we have to meet. And we're almost there, but not quite there. And so I was thinking about you, thinking about our conversation, and I have something really cool that I want to make you. I think you're really gonna absolutely love this offer based on our last conversation, man. Would you be interested in me sharing that with you? He says, yeah, boom, hop on another sales call. And that's when I use it. Or let's say I have a sales call, pitch something like 5K. They say, no, man, it's too expensive. I've had this case. And then they say, like, I help text them back and forth. They're like, nah, dude, like, I think, I was really ready to play like $3,000. Now, again, there's a discount. It's like, okay, cool, man. Well, let's see if we can structure something, work something out. Let's hop on another call. I'll figure something out with you. How about that? They say, yeah, okay, cool. So you use the discount usually to get them on two reasons. One, you use them to get them back on another sales call, or that's more advanced, by the way, or you're price dropping at the end of the sales call in order to make it really sexy. That's what we're doing. Hey, it's $2,083 a month, which equals $6,250. Or if you prepay, it's $5,000. And if you want to give you get your foot in through the step your foot in the water for $1,000 today. So I'm boom, 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 bring it down. Those are two reasons. But you're not bring it on the sales call.
One thing super important as well is like if you do that before the call, price becomes the focus and not the value. You know what I mean? So like imagine if you just did what you said you were gonna do to the guy that was so desperate that he needs a wedding. Then you're gonna lose out.
Oh yeah, definitely wasn't gonna do it for him. Yeah.
Right, but what I'm saying is like if you would have automated that message, you would have kind of screwed yourself there as well. You know what I mean? So it's like obviously it's different than selling like a gym package or whatever, but at the same time, it's like the guy that you're most likely going to be talking to is in a place of pain where it's like he's going to buy because he has to, not because you're going to offer a $300 discount.
Yeah.
Usually, dude, like what I found out is like if it's a $300 discount, like no one cares. You know what I mean? They're going to pay the extra 300. It's not anything that's going to make or break anybody's decision. It's always about the value.
What I like about what Mason just said there is the focus becomes the money and not the value. Like the moment you give somebody, here's another tip for everybody. The moment you guys give somebody a price, that's all they're focused on. They're not thinking about anything. Anything you say goes in one out the other. The emotional feelings that somebody could have, they're not having. The emotional feelings of being attached to, close to, emotional with you, open with you, you castrate them from feeling those kinds of emotion because all they're thinking about is the money now. So that's kind of what I took away from what Mason said about like the price. If you say that, they focus on that. Now here, so I think everybody's saying a lot of good things here. Here's why I personally would not send that message. Is because everything is a funnel, right? First we get the click, then we get the DM, then we get the conversation in the DMs, and then we get the discovery call, and then we get the sales call. And so what happens is you can create an issue here where they don't even show up to the call because now you're talking already about money. They're not even ready to maybe talk about money. Have you ever had had that? I literally hopped on. I had a sales call for something I'm looking to, I think on Sunday, and in my mind, I already knew it was a sales call. I already knew they were going to try to sell me. But if they had said anything about pricing before, I wouldn't even want to show because I'll be honest, I barely even want to show up to a sales call. I'm telling you right now, I barely want to show up to a sales call, but I really need what that person has to offer. I really want what that person has to offer. If they said anything about pricing, I was just like, screw it. Maybe I'll do it next quarter. That's what I would have done, straight up. So the moment you talk about pricing and you say any kind of thing about pricing, you're gonna castrate them from even showing up to the sales call. You don't want to do that. Your job is to get them on the call and then build so much value that they're like, all right, dude, man, like how much is your shit? Like just can we talk about pricing, bro? Like I'm buying what you have to sell. Does that make sense, Robin?
Yes. How would you, I guess the purpose of what I was trying to do there is I get to like I think I had like one call. I can't remember if we talked about this one where I like asked at the beginning, like, hey, I did the usual like, hey, are there any other decision makers that you need that are gonna like be making a decision on this wedding video? And they said, nope, it's just me. And I said, cool. Hopped on the call, got to the end. Objection was, I should really talk with whoever it was that they needed to talk about with, right? Before I can make the decision. And I'm like, I don't know what to do in that because I don't want to be like, so like, yeah.
So you did this at the beginning of the sales call or at the beginning
No,
of the
before I
discovery call?
booked
Where
the
did you do
sales
this?
call. Before I even booked the sales call. So I'm like, I didn't
Okay.
know what to do other than be like, you said earlier, yeah.
Okay, so my suggestion is this, okay? This is I'm gonna give you a little bit of homework. I know you said, hey, I'm gonna go super depth in terms of sales. Um, I in week 5, I go over like my most recent version of the sales call. Um, Master Sales Call is a really dense video, I know, but it's if you think back to your conversation with me, I did objections on the Loom video. Hey, you can afford this. You have to make a decision. Da, da, da. Don't show up to call if not. That's my discovery call. At the very beginning of the sales call, I said, hey, look, I need to qualify you. Right? Hey, da, 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 da. Hey, can you, and then before I got into the offer, hey, can you give me a hell yeah, hell no? Is that a promise? Yeah. Okay, cool. Before we got into price. Okay, so I just want to make sure again, I know we already covered it, but you have access to 1500, da, 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 right? So I'm doing it multiple times. I know how you feel because I have ran into the same issue you've run into. That's why I do it. And here's why this psychologically you need to do it. I learned that if you say something, here's the thing. This is super crucial for everybody. Nobody wants to be seen as a liar and a fraud. Nobody wants like, oh, I caught you red-handed. Nobody wants it. Everybody that embarrasses everybody. Here's the reason why you need to do multiple checkpoints, okay? Because if you do at the very beginning of the sales call, say, hey, so just making sure you don't need to talk to anybody, da, 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 da. They say, no, no, I'm good. Are you sure? No, trust me, I'm gonna make the decision. This is all me.
What if they
You're
say
sure?
yes? What if
Yeah.
they're like, maybe my husband's a decision maker?
Hold on. So you get to the
Okay,
end of the
sorry.
no, you're good. You get to the end of the sales call, and then they say it to you. Can anybody guess why they say it to you? Think about the principle I just explained of people don't want to be called a fraud. People don't want to be called right-handed. Can anybody guess why they say that? Go ahead, Mason. You were going to answer?
I was just gonna say they're uncertain.
Good guess. Not quite. What else could it be? This is
You
crazy.
haven't made it like something they have to have.
Oh, that's not it.
No.
Good guess. It's going to blow your mind. What else could it be? They told you at the beginning of the sales call, they told you on the discovery call, they get to the end, they say, no, dude, I gotta talk to my wife, I gotta do whatever. Whatever the objections that you already handled. What else could it be?
It's not uncertainty or fear?
It's not an uncertainty, doubt, it's nothing like that. That's not why. Yes, they have objections, of course. At the core of it, there's an objection at the core of it. But how can they tell you to your face at the very beginning of the call, hey, Kushik, I'm not going to give you this bullshit objection. And then
They're
at
just
the
wasting your time. They don't care.
Of course they care about themselves more than they care about you. Okay, here's the answer. Okay, it's gonna blow your mind. They forget.
Mm.
Here's the thing. If I say at the very beginning of my sales call, hey man, like I just want to do some checkpoint, I just want to make sure we qualify and I'll let you go. If it's not a good fit, if it is a good fit, I'll tell you it's a good fit. You say, yeah, cool. I answer those questions. Okay. At the very end of the sales call, what have I taken you through? I took you through an emotional roller coaster, dude. And so by the time we get here, you have completely forgotten about the very beginning of the sales call where I qualified you. So now I have to bring it back to your attention. It's like, hey, dude, you remember when you said I spoke at the very beginning? You remember how you said this, this, this? So I just want to make sure you're still there, right? Because I'll get into pricing, but I just want to make sure, like, we're not going to run into issues. Like, you're sure? Yeah, dude. Now what happens if I in 5 minutes say, hey, da da da, can they give me that bullshit? People don't have too much shame to do that. That is why fundamentally. So if you go into this training, you'll see I do it like 4 times. And now that's my part of my sales process. I do the same. I check people multiple times to the point where I don't do it to be mean. I do it to remind them to not do something to look like a fool. Because if they do it, they'll look like a fool. So to answer your question, Robin, of okay, what do you do at the very beginning? If they say, hey, I got a wife, husband, whatever, first of all, you try to kill it on the discovery call. That's the purpose of the discovery call. You try to kill it so that it doesn't occur on the sales call. When you get to the sales call, if they say at the very beginning of the sales call, your job is to try to push them to not say that. So I've had a case where a guy hopped on a sales call at the very beginning. I'm like, hey, so does anybody else make decisions with you? Is there anybody else I have to talk? Well, dude, I talked to, it was literally, I think it was his uncle. Or no, yeah, it was his uncle, or no, it was a business mentor. I said, "Oh, okay, the business mentor. So does he know that you and I are talking?" No, he doesn't really know. Okay, well, I guess like is how important is like, do you need him to talk? Do you need to talk and like just run this by him or and that's kind of energy. And then he was like, "No, no, no, I'm good, I'm good." And then from there, again, I'm doing negative reinforcement, positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement. Are you sure, dude? Like, I mean, I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste my time. Like, if you need to talk to him, and now I'm baiting him into saying what I need him to say, which is, nah, dude, like, just don't even worry about it. Forget it. Forget I mentioned it. It's not like I'm good. So I baited him to remove the objection himself. Now, when I get to the end of the sales call, I can go into that thing of like, okay, so does anybody else make a decision? Da da da. You're good. And then just to be safe, I'd be like, so that business partner, I mean, like you feel good about everything we spoke about. I remember what he said because I was safe about that. And he said, no, 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 everything you and I spoke about, man, like it would just go way past his head. So I'm even tying down further and like I'm further getting rid of that objection. So I know I'm going like pretty depth here, but does that answer your question a little bit? Does this help, Robin?
Yes, definitely. So I need to work on the script. I need to get this written down. That's my thing is like I need to like go in and adapt all of this to like weddings and make sure like I need a written script because like I breeze through once I actually haven't been I just like before the last call like earlier I guess like last week actually formally like wrote down everything after I went through all of the discovery call stuff and it's just so much smoother when I like have it written down.
Yeah, like Cam is a little bit of a nutcase. I don't have his stuff pulled up in front of me, but like this dude freaking wrote it line for line. Like he doesn't have conversations; he just reads. And
yes, that's what I would love.
I don't know if you should do that. I don't necessarily believe in that. Because you have to be able to adapt. You have to understand the objective.
Yeah.
You have to understand, like, for example, what are we talking about? So it's like if you didn't understand, hey, here's why you qualify at the very beginning, here's why you qualify at the end. If you didn't understand, you just read off a script, you'd be so screwed. But if now that you all have a deep understanding, you don't need a script for that. You just understand, hey, I'm backing them against the wall so that they feel shame for lying to me. They're not gonna lie to me.
Yeah.
You know, I need to put them in a position where they're not gonna lie to me. They're gonna have shame.
Yeah.
Not use any words you need to do that.
Yeah. It's that's the part I've got to kind of get good at just doing off the cuff. But like I find when I have like certain sections at least, like having them written like line for line, oh my gosh, I feel like so much more confident because like with my touch of the tism, anytime I'm talking, I'm constantly trying to like inflect my voice a certain way and I'm very like hyper aware of it, trying to do that because like when I'm like really tired and I don't have the energy, I just kind of like talk like this and it's very like not probably what I need to be doing for my sales calls. And so being able to just not worry about thinking about the words I need to say, but being able to just focus on the inflection and stuff definitely helps.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so going back to kind of what I said with Cam is like he went really ham in terms of like, well, shoot, I think no, this is not it. But he went really ham. Like this is the kind of stuff he'll do. He'll like type the stuff out, he'll draw it out. Like he goes really in depth to help present like for his sales. So he takes whatever I've created and just retypes it out, recreates it to help him. So I would encourage you to do, take that. apply that effort into creating whatever resource you need for your brain and how it works for you.
Yeah,
That would be
definitely.
um that being said, I know we spent a lot of time just like randomly talking about like going down this rabbit hole for this guy that you have a conversation with. What else is like brewing in your head, man, that we can talk about?
Let's see. Need to get like typed up everything for the I guess I probably won't be doing anything for I know I might need to worry about the pricing stuff that we talked about for like how to position the like, okay, it's normally like 50 down now, 50 down the day before the wedding, and then we take off, a discount if you want to do the pay in full, and then we extend that off to the 30 days. I need to go back and listen to all that stuff again and like actually write out. That's something I feel like I definitely need to write out like word for word. Um, but I don't think it'll even be necessary to do that with this guy for tomorrow at least. Just because like the wedding's in 2 weeks, it's probably just going to be like paid in full, like at the end of the call.
I think so too. I don't with this guy, I don't think you need to do a 2 pay, 3 pay price stop. Like he's probably just gonna pay. So
Yeah, cool.
yeah,
Let's see.
we can talk about in terms of pricing, like how to structure it, like if you want to type it out. I will tell you, I mean, that stuff that we do, it's typically for the agency model. Eric never did that when it comes to weddings. So it's like, I don't know that that's even the right move. I think I went over that with you. I don't know that that's the right move. Of like, hey, so typically it's 2 pay. It's here at the front and here on the back. Or if you feel comfortable, you just want to cover everything in advance, what we do is we'd go ahead and give you a discount and be da da da. I don't know if that's gonna work. The thing is, it could work. Honestly, I don't know, and I want to be
I don't think it
transparent.
could hurt though. I don't see any reason why it would hurt necessarily, right? Or can you think of where it might backfire?
I don't know. I really don't know because weddings are just so different. People want to save as much cash as possible to pay multiple vendors. And so I could see that being an issue. Is like they're like, hey, I'd love to pay you. I don't know. I really don't know. I couldn't tell you. You just have to.
Yeah, but it wouldn't like I'm saying, like it wouldn't like hurt the chances of getting the sale, or would it?
I mean, I think if you, yeah, like everything is a culmination. Like every single decision, everything you say, don't say affects your chance of making the sale.
Mm,
I think everything matters. Every single thing accumulates
yeah.
to that sale. And so if you don't position it the right way, like I would argue that that sentence, like that part of the conversation is probably some of the most important part actually, is like how you position the price. So important.
Okay.
So it's you either keep it simple, like the traditional way, hey, it's this price point. And we do half down now and half there. That's what Eric's typically doing. That's what I'm typically seeing for wedding filmmakers. So it's up to you if you want to do that, or if you say, "Hey, Kaushik, I want to try this," and then just send me your script and I can tweak it for you. We can do it that way.
Yeah, I might just start simple for now. Though I would like to I think I would like to do it actually, just because like doubling the cash that I have on hand, that's more cash I can put into, burning into ads for the time being, so I can get that system built out and figured out.
Yeah, I get it. I sent you some really cool stuff, by the way. Yeah.
Let's see. I just got back on my computer right before, so I might not have seen. Yeah, I think I saw a YouTube link on my phone somewhere. Was that in DMs? There we go. Okay.
Then, Mason has been talking about like doing his social funnel and Facebook, Instagram follower stuff. And I think that, if you can, again, it depends on your uncle and the situation. If you have more time, again, I've said, hey, look, if we need to take more time, we can, like I said to you. And if you can, that could be something we can test out. Like Mason said, the follower ads. When I saw this really reminded me of like the follower ads kind of stuff. I feel like this could actually work really well. Mason, what this guy did is, this is super smart, is like he basically created a page and he had like all these vendors. Like, so he's like, hey, look, if you want to plan a wedding, step by step, here's what you need to do. You need to get this videographer, you need to do this. Here's a vendor for this. And so what happens is anybody that comes to this page, it's kind of like a document to get your wedding done in a particular location. And then what he did, he used like SEO to like rank it. And so now whenever anybody comes here, remember how you're talking about like the vendors and all that stuff, all these freaking vendors are here. all these amazing people here. People, when they go through this, they're like, yeah, dude, like this is my kind of like holy grail to like getting married.
Ooh.
And he shared this page with all the vendors. So imagine you, again, you know how you're talking about those vendors, like, hey, like I create this page and da da da, and you know, I feel I've heard really good things about you, so I put you on this page. Now imagine your vendors share all this page, right? So he was doing stuff like this. So I thought this was brilliant. So I thought I'd share want to share that with you. I give that video a watch.
Yeah, definitely
And
need to look.
Mason, you're talking about like indirect DM ads and stuff like that. I don't know if like maybe you can do follower ads and then he sends over like maybe this page, for example. I don't know if that strategy would even work because with follower ads, it's people aren't trying to get like a lead mag with the follower ads. They're just like trying to follow you. But if you
So it depends because if you have a really good opener, so like for right now, because like as I've been running this follower ad funnel for like a long time now, I've constantly like have split tested what that first message looked like. And right now what's working really, really well for me is like sending them a lead magnet or asking them if I can do that. So, and that's been working out like really, really, really well for us. So I think it could work.
yeah, so is it possible to run an ad and say, hey, if you are based in this location and looking to get married, my name is so and so, and here's what we specifically do. If you are looking for whether it's a location or a videographer or a photographer, so and so, give me a. It's almost like you're kind of maybe even branding yourself as like the freaking
Wedding coordinator in a way.
wedding, and then they give you a follow, and then from there you shoot them a message like me and say, hey, or if you're getting married, can I send you a resource that can help you get you planned? It's got all of our top vendors or something like that. I don't know if that sounds too wordy. They say, yeah, you get that over, boom, and then you're starting to get a shit ton of traffic on that page, got the SEO going. I could totally see something work like let's say there's like this page and then they try to like click off and now there's like a pop-up and you collect their name, email, address, phone number. You could totally do that for something like, hey, we're offering, 10% discount or whatever. I don't know what that needs to be. And then they put that and now you have a lead. You hit them up. You're constantly getting people to this page. That could totally be like a really cool thing. So follower ad, uh, they code your page. From there, you send this over. Again, this has like a pop-up. Again, I don't I get excited about the stuff, but I'm also get worried because it's like we need to validate
Yeah,
this
it's
kind
a
of stuff.
whole new thing to go into.
Yeah. So, but I thought this was something that I wanted to share with you because you talked about vendors and stuff like that. That could be a way to take the vendor stuff but put it on steroids.
Yeah.
So, but
Cool.
yeah. Other things that are brewing in your head, man? Anything else that you want to go over?
Anything else? No, I think that's about it. I think I just need to go dive back into. I've got one more discovery call to do tonight, and then get up in the morning and just dive into everything. Try to get me a rough script together for that sales call tomorrow, and fingers crossed.
Cool. Cool. Yeah, fingers crossed, man. Keep us posted. Let us know. I'm rooting for you. Bring home the trophy. Bring home the trophy.
Woo! All right.
Cool.
Sweet,
All right,
sweet.
man.
Well, I'm off to bed. See you later, everybody.
Yeah. Okay. Who do we have next? Mr. Keith, how's it going?
Here we are.
Here we
It's
are.
going. Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure what I want to talk about or what I can talk about. I guess if you want to look over what my new setup is and see if there's any things that I should be so I will share my screen real quick.
Before you share, did you funnel hack this stuff or where's this coming from?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is basically like, I mean, as you've seen and as like I've seen in the meta ads thing, the whole quiz thing is just not working in this niche. So I'm just going to, a lead funnel form on a website. I finished that out. So I built out. I have to add the sections yet that um I think Aiden was talking about, which is like the what to expect. And the chart thing, he had some chart that seems really pixelated that I couldn't make out that was talking about cost differences. The hard part is I don't know that that's valid because I don't know, you know. I mean, I got a guy, so I built my thing off of Lansing, Lansing basements, blah blah blah, because that was what my initial idea was like not necessarily the rank and rent because they just don't know how valid that is when it comes down to SEO, but at least to build out a site that's specific to each little city that I'm targeting because that makes it look more valid to people, you know. They're hitting something that specifically is talking about their city that they live in. So it looks like it's more legit than, the alternative would be something like, basementrepairpros.com or something like that, which that's actually one of my questions is, should I just build out a master site like that and skip this like individual city thing and just worry about funneling ads,
I don't know.
to,
I wouldn't necessarily worry about like something master this. Like I would just focus on like, can we just even get names, emails, phone numbers here? That's like my
yeah.
focus. That's it.
Well, yeah, so that leads into my larger question though, is so I got this, I hooked this business owner that I talked to you about, and he was really good. He even called me a week later and was like, "Hey, I'm ready for leads anytime." Now it's been a month. Um, didn't I just haven't been able to pull leads, and then I shut stuff off as we talked about because of a workload situation. I couldn't even handle them over the last like week and a half, 2 weeks. Um, so now I'm at this place where I'm ready to relaunch, but then my and I know you like in your message you said, well, don't worry about the business owner. Don't worry about him, blah, blah, blah. I get that, but that's still like if so I've got lansingbasements.com. I've got my ads, my funnel, like everything all dialed in for Lansing. So if I fire that up and now I get leads, I still have to know what to tell this guy, you know. Um, if I
So
pivot and I go generic with it, then I can target anything, and then I'll go into like,
yeah,
you know,
if I were you, I definitely wouldn't be doing, and hopefully only cost you a few bucks, which you probably did for Lansing Basements, but I definitely would be using something more generic and general.
okay,
Like, because right now we don't know if is this going to work? Is a
yeah,
instant work? Is a DM ad? We don't. That's where my focus is,
yeah,
honestly. And so
and that's fine. I don't mind buying a new domain name at all, but
so
um,
that yeah. So want to use something generic in general, and we need to be testing multiple things out to get decent cost per lead, and that's all the focus should be, in my opinion.
yeah. So then should I like if you were me at this stage, I have not relaunched the ads yet, but they're ready. Well, I do have a couple questions on that actually. But should I just target a different city at this point? Like,
In terms of like different cities, so that's something that me and Righteous and Aman were able to figure out through painting. So, you
yeah,
know, Aman, for example, he did like a warmer location, and then Righteous did a colder location, and it wasn't work for Righteous. And I'm like, huh, why is it not working? It seemed to work for Aman. And then what we did was we thought to ourselves, maybe people don't want painting in colder locations during this time of the year. So maybe let's go to warmer locations. And we did that,
yeah,
and so that's the like it has to logically make sense of like why you go into a different location. And so
yeah,
now Cam, for example, he's running ads for like a duck clean business owner, and he's in Orlando, and it's like not working versus every other client's working. He had no idea. And I explained to him, like, okay, I understand why it's like so expensive in Orlando. In your particular niche, it's extremely competitive. All these advertisers are bidding it up. That's why it's so expensive. So what we need to do is we need to find areas within Orlando that have a lower CPM or on the outskirts of Orlando to bring your CPM down.
yeah,
Um, So like that's kind of how I'm thinking. So it's like it's up to you. Like you would maybe know more than I would know of like, okay, where am I going to get the cheapest leads? You would
Yeah.
probably I wouldn't know.
Yes and no. I mean, I thought the reason I picked Lansing is it's not too far from me. It's about a 45-minute drive. I figured, okay, it's wintertime. There's lots of moisture. It's moving into spring. There's going to be lots of potential for basements leaking, et cetera, et cetera. I figured it was kind of like perfect timing. City wise, I can talk about being in Grand Rapids. There's a little bit of that, kind of localized authority. Like, hey, I'm, right just a little ways over from you, blah, blah, blah. But it's just like nothing has happened. That was with the quiz, at least. I haven't run the form yet. So, um,
So just before you continue, because it's
yeah,
in my mind. So as you're talking, like I said, I don't know nearly as much as you do about this, but like one thing you just said was like, hey, Kushik, I feel like right now would be a good time because of water and it's going to go into spring. So in my mind, when you say that to me, I'm like, okay, can I go to, ChatGPT or can I go to Google and see what are the worst areas this time of the year? Not in the future, but right now. Like, are there really soggy, musky kinds of places where like basements are always crap? Okay, well, maybe let's target
that's a
that.
good idea. Yeah.
That's kind of how my brains work.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So maybe I'll do that. Then I'll just like, I'll get a more generic domain and I'll just work it that way. Because originally, when I got this domain, I was thinking, like, yeah, maybe I'll try to do some SEO and do the rank and rent thing. And the more I thought about it, I'm just like, that's feels like kind of a fool's errand with the state of how things are right now with like Google search and stuff. Um, so there's that. And then so I don't know, I was just going to try the same, ads that I had, which is, oops. Yeah, see, this is still linked up to a form. So I don't know. I gotta have to figure that out. I want to see where's the freaking ad at. Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing ads. Oh, there we go. See, I just duplicated this and it didn't duplicate my ads. So I have to rebuild those, I guess.
Yeah, this is my first time seeing something like this. Can you scroll down a little bit more so it's not showing your creative copy or anything? No? Huh.
Yeah, why did that not happen? I don't understand. Because I just duplicated it like
Yeah.
hours ago.
I don't know. Either way, I mean, if you're not doing instant form, you'd go to your ad set level, and at your ad set level, you would switch it to
I mean, that's where I'm at, right? So there's one.
click on edit, and then click on where your mouse is, click on leads hyphen video IF quiz. So above to left,
Oh, sorry.
down. Lower, so like that's fine, you can click there. So yeah, that's fine. So see, there you go. So it says website, so that's right. So if you have a website, then the ads below that one should go into a funnel. So if you click
Well,
on that,
yeah, so but it's still showing the freaking form, which I don't want to
Yeah.
use.
No.
This was the quiz I had made. I don't know. I have them all. It's easy enough. I can just rebuild them. Yeah,
this the-
so I don't know. I'm ready to fire it all up and do it again. I just wanted a clarification on a couple of those issues.
yeah. So in short, what I would say is, in summary, um, again, put that guy aside. I think what might be cool for you, Keith, is I think just for all of us is like hearing Righteous and Amlan and Riviera. Like it's kind of like dating, and you're just kind of like talking to this girl. Well,
Yeah.
that's kind of what it's seeing. I think it's normal actually. And then
Yeah.
that should be the mentality. Is like, let me go talk, see what happens. Nah, whatever. This one, yeah, whatever. Okay, cool. I'm gonna get you some leads. Let's go on a few dates. And that's,
Yeah.
I think that's the right mentality. That's what I'm seeing the guy succeed with. So that's
When
the
I
first.
do go out of my way to read and listen to everything that goes into the free to feed channel, like I want to glean as much as I can from these guys. It just feels like I'm like kind of stuck here where I'm spinning wheels trying to get freaking leads that aren't coming, and they're moving into this market, and so it's a healthy amount of jealousy. We'll just say that.
No, it's okay. The thing is,
Yeah.
you just the and we'll get into it, but it's just you haven't been able to keep your foot on the gas pedal, where me and you have been able to just like do one thing after the next regarding
Right.
this. And now we're gonna finally be able to do that. So
Yeah.
one, don't worry about that guy, which again, I think we're on the same page. Two, general, right? So instead of like a specific domain. Three, stay away from rent and rank. Have nothing to do with rank and rent right now.
Yeah.
Four, um, I would say you and I just keep me posted. Like, dude, message us daily and just be like, hey, dude, I launched these ads. Here's what's going on. I think it's working, it's not working. Oh, yeah, yeah. So like, and again, I spent like 2 weeks ago, like sent you a bunch of ads. Like, here's some ads, here's some ads, here's some.
Yeah.
So I say, let's see what happens with these ads, and then from there we'll test out other things until something just clicks. The other thing is my advice to you is to go into a location that's gonna be the lowest hanging fruit. So it's gonna be the cheapest location. Again, I kind of gave you some suggestions. If you want to go back and forth, be like, here, Kushik, here's what I think based off of our conversation, based off of whatever. I think that I should go here. And then we
Yeah.
can, because it makes a massive difference, right? The location, what I'm coming to find for, Amman and Righteous and Riviera is like the location is so crucial. Like the location is make or break because Orlando, super expensive, Columbus, Ohio, extremely cheap, for example. And that
Yeah.
is the difference.
And that's why I was wondering. I was wondering if it's really, I've changed up the creative. I've changed up, the quiz versus the like lead forms right on Facebook. The only thing I haven't changed up is the location. So it was making me think that maybe this location is just,
It could be.
I mean, Lansing's not a huge city. It's like a couple 100,000, but like maybe it's just,
It could be the location, but
yeah.
I feel like the truth is I think it's gonna be like a week of iteration over and over, turning to different 1 to 2 weeks of it. That's realistic. I think it's gonna be this quiz, and then it's gonna be this form, and then it's gonna be this, and then it's gonna be
Yeah.
that app. And then we're gonna strike gold here in a week's time or so. That's what I think
Okay.
is gonna
Okay.
but definitely like the location is super, like I feel like you don't, location is the last thing you want to be the variable. Like you just want to have like a good location, then we have all the variables that we change.
Mhm.
So we want to figure out that location. That's probably the
Yeah.
first thing. Step one is figure out the location, and then step two is all these iterations of these various ads.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
And then one question I had, I've got a couple of Udemy or Udemy, I'm not sure how you're supposed to say that, trainings for like Facebook and stuff like that, that I have looked through in the past, kind of look through again just to kind of get a feel for what the so-called experts say that you should do. Both of them really push Advantage Plus ads and Advantage Plus audiences. Like
Right.
the methodology, the thinking is, why are you fighting Google or Facebook's algorithm with 1 trillion data points? Like they're gonna find a way to get you your leads so you keep spending money. So should I just give that a shot and not do like placements like I have?
We're in the Wild Wild West where it's just throwing shit against the wall, man.
Okay. Is anybody else doing that and getting, or is everybody doing like their own placements for?
That's a good question. Let's ask them. I will just
Yeah.
tell you, Wild Wild West, you have to figure out. I've known some people that have. For me, it never works for me. So that's why I just don't do it. But I don't
Okay.
preach it. Don't do it. It just doesn't work for me. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
For me.
Okay.
Who here, I guess, does advantage placement? What was it? Advantage placements, advantage targeting?
There's advantage targeting, and there's advantage plus creative, which basically just like creates just like all these like permutations of your ad copy, your creative, your video, your images, etc., and just dials it in automatically.
Jeremy,
Basically.
use
Can
any
I
of
tell
that?
you why I don't? First of all, Koshik told me not to. So, secondly, here's why I don't. This is just the logic I've used in my mind. And Koshik may have told me this and brainwashed me just to believe that it was mine too. or maybe Mason. But let's say you're running an ad, I think it's probably been Mason and Koshik. You have, okay, I've got an ad creative, I've got the text, I've got how I'm placing it, all these things that are, in your control.
Mm-hmm.
And when you turn on all the AI stuff, now if it goes bad, or even if it goes good, you can't really pinpoint what was going wrong. So was it your text? Well, you don't know because Facebook changed it 15 different times. Was
Okay.
it creative? You don't know because they added music, they added text, they made it move, they made it stay still. So when I've had several of my clients come back and like, oh, it's telling me to do this, and I'm getting emails, and I just tell them, listen, I know that's what it's asking you to do, but I would encourage you to go. I personally, Koshik and Mason told me that, but I've also just done my own research. And it goes like Koshik said, kind of 50-50. But I like to be able to say, okay, let me just change the text and let's see if it starts working. Oh, it did. That must have been what the problem was. Or, okay, the creative, let me try that. Let me fix that, as opposed to letting Facebook just because when you turn all that stuff on, they don't tell you what combinations were working and what weren't.
Right.
So you can't go back through the hose and find the kink. That's my
sense.
2 cents.
Yeah.
And I may give it a shot like Koshik. You get a customer and you try everything and you can't figure it out. Maybe you don't go turn those things on just as a last ditch effort. I just like to have everything in my control at first. And I just, like I said, I see that image that Koshik has drawn a million times of the sales hose, the garden hose.
Yeah.
Here's the kink, here's the kink, here's the kink. I just feel like if you start adding in all these kind of, I don't know what you call it, just things that you can't see, you can't track, you don't know what they are or when they're happening. How do you know what's working and what's not? So that's why I leave it off.
Gotcha.
I would say
Thank you for that perspective.
Riviera just the other day. Is he here? I don't know if is he here. He just posted, saying that he just changed the copy and then the ads are working. He's like, hey, I tried.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So something like that is like, okay, well, if you have it on, Advantage Plus, you can't figure that stuff out. Where I've seen people find success that I'm like, hey, is open targeting, like just letting Facebook kind of do its thing. Aside from that, I don't know. Aside
So
from that,
maybe keep the creative dialed in to a couple that I'm split testing, but then maybe open up the audience a little bit
yeah,
for the where it's placed.
yeah.
I will just say for Koshik has talked to me about that a couple of times. I think sometimes when I'm doing the ads, I get so distracted by like, okay, I need to really figure out who this customer is. I'm going to go and I'm going to search. They've got to have blonde hair and blue eyes. And they probably would have this. Oh, I bet they like this too, and then you're just lost. And so I do think that I have tried a couple where I'm just like, I'm not even going to try. I'm just going to leave it open. I'm going to pick the age and the location and the placements, but I'm going to leave the interests open because, what if you're cutting off half the people that would have been interested because you excluded them in your interest behaviors or demographics?
That's mostly what I'm talking about is the interest targeting is like, because I have a whole bunch of that on these, homeowners, different permutations of home or, whatever, real estate, et cetera, et cetera. And I've been using that the whole time. So I was wondering if I should possibly take those off and just let the audience be wide open, but still control how the creative lines up.
I think controlling the creative is very important. The creative, the copy, that's super important.
Okay.
Hold that variable. Really quick, Aman, Righteous, are you guys doing open targeting or are you guys doing specific interests?
Specific interests.
Yeah, I for the quiz one, I did specific interest. When I was following the school course one, I was trying to model them to a T, and that one was broad. But age was 55 and up, and the um there was something else that was like crazy like that where yeah, I think it was like 55 and up, and I think it was broad targeting, and it was just Facebook feed, like nothing else.
So are your
And is that
placements
what you're doing?
working better than like leaving it wide open?
Yeah. I mean, at least following that one, I was getting like $30 a lead or something. But I feel like all my ads have been getting $30 a lead to begin with, and then it goes up. So, yeah, I haven't done enough testing, but that one was getting pretty good results, and I like two of them, of the two that came in, I was able to do the warm handoff. So, but then I'm running it now in a different place, and I'm getting a hard time getting the warm handoff. So,
Gotcha. Okay.
So I would say, if you're looking for some guidelines, keeping the creative copy, the offer, keep that. We have control over that. I would say in terms of placements, maybe Instagram feed, Facebook feed. Depends on if it's an image. If it's an image, I think you could do stories. I think you can get away with that. Facebook story, Instagram story. And that's pretty much it. Like those are the four placements I would say. Like those four placements. Um, And then in terms of interest, it's hard for me to say. That in itself is a whole other variable. Do you keep it open? Do you put targeting? I don't really know. I don't have the answer for you. Sometimes it's kind of a coin toss. Sometimes it works well, sometimes it doesn't. Um, so
Gotcha.
yeah, that's kind of what I'll say about that. I would say if there's very specific words, interest that you think would make sense, like try that and just keep that variable constant. Actually, I don't even say keep that variable constant. Yeah, I think, yeah, I think that's the least of your worries. In my opinion, actually, the audience targeting is like the least of your worries. It's really about the creative and copy. I think. I think that's what
Okay.
does the heavy lifting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
What else is brewing in your mind?
That's about it, other than I have to pee really bad. But when it comes down to the whole funnel and stuff, I think you answered my questions. So I did have that little thing I talked about with this opportunity that fell in my lap. So my big client, and I saw your message, but I didn't get a chance to respond. Otherwise, I would have. Um, so my big client, Fortress Stabilization, who is my foot into this entire industry, called me and was like, "Hey, I got a really huge opportunity for you. There's a company called AccuLevel, and they're in like 6 states, and they've seen all the videos you've done for us, and they want to possibly see about getting you on a retainer to do the videos for them." Now, that obviously, I know, Koshik, your initial response to that is going to be, I'm focusing on elsewhere when I should be focusing on this. However, the thing that I see about this is I've been really wanting to build my own creative, um, and this will be a process that will take a while. So it's not like something I'm going to have done next week or anything. But I've been really wanting to build my creative myself, and with like 3D animated videos showing, because I see a lot of ads out there for basement waterproofing showing how water gets into a basement and blah blah blah, pumping up the fear level, like destabilizing your foundation, all this kind of stuff. I've been wanting to do that. And in fact, that was an idea that I had even before I started in this program, was to build out those kind of videos prefab and then like license them, i.e. the video licensing model that we talked about it, at the very beginning. So this might actually be, I would make a shit ton of money. Like I'm looking at possibly 40,000 for the year off of these guys. And then I could use that to basically build out my own assets that then I can use to further this program as well. Now, the caveat then, and why I even brought it up to begin with, is this company is pretty prolific in like 5 or 6 states, one of them being mine. So I think it's like Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and like Wisconsin or Minnesota or both.
Midwest, basically.
Midwest, basically. So then that would kind of put me in a place like, okay, so if I did, and I don't have anything, I've had nothing more than a phone call with these people. But if that did turn into something that I did, then theoretically, I think I would like be competing against them in a way if I start running ads for other. Now, maybe someday, if I get good enough at this, I could do ads for them and pump them leads, right? I don't have a position to be able to ask for that yet for a multitude of reasons. So I guess I just kind of maybe wanted your overall thoughts on that whole thing. Because it's a huge opportunity. And it could be something that I could use to springboard into this niche even further. And I don't know,
So
be able
these
to broaden
guys,
things.
so what the part I'm a little confused on is like, are they basement repair or like
Yes.
what? So what
Their basement repair, basement foundation stabilization. I think they have general construction they do too, but they're really their main core is the basement stuff, which is exactly where I'm at.
basically they Fortress, that your primary client is a supplier of these guys.
Yeah, they supply the products to these guys. Yep.
These guys are basically what you're trying to niche down in, but they're like a big dog.
Big.
I,
Yes.
well, then if it's in the niche, dude, like that would be a great option to take it up, I think.
Okay.
If you want to go into and you want to stay in, like, yeah. And then from
'Cause-
there, yeah,
'cause I
yeah,
feel
they
like I
would.
could build them out. Like they want 3D animation, they want 3D assets. I feel like I could build that out. I feel like I could take those same assets, tweak
Other
them,
business.
move stuff around, make it look slightly different, and then use it for my own stuff.
I would say, like there might be some stuff I'm not thinking about right now. But it sounds to me like if you did take them on, it might be you might, you're not going to move as fast in what we're doing with paid ads here,
No.
but still in the same niche, it's still kind of in the same
Right.
realm. Can you take that content that you create for them and then license out to maybe other people? That's possible, maybe.
I would love to
So
do that. Yep.
as you're working with them and like as you work with, because right now you're working with Fortress, but as you work with these people and really figure out, okay, how do I use content to generate an ROI for these guys? Maybe it's training videos for the team, maybe it's whatever, 3D, whatever. And then once you get a better grasp on that, you figure out, okay, here's the tangible ROI, then maybe you license those assets out to other companies. So I see it, that could be a potential long-term play. So I
And
don't think
that's
that's a bad idea.
honestly exactly like I had this idea to do this very thing like last fall. Well before I came across your ad on Facebook and was looking for, something else.
They
It's
running
it's almost like financing to do a project that I wanted to do that I didn't have financing for all of a sudden, you know,
is this
in a
company
roundabout
running
way.
is this
I'm sorry,
company running
what?
their own is this company running their ads?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I mean, they're huge. They're in 6 or 7 states, so they got to be doing something. I haven't like looked them up, but I have seen their sites all over. Like when I first researched the Lansing market, I saw AccuLevel all over. I see them. I know they're local to me. I know there's like, an office there around here or whatever. Um, yeah, they're pretty huge.
What's brewing in my mind, man, is like using this as an opportunity to get good at ads if they already are running ads.
Yeah, right,
How
right,
do you,
right, right. Exactly.
how do you spell?
It's AccuLevel. Yeah, right there. Yeah, and well, they don't have any right now, huh? And I mean, I talked to the owner of this. I mean, they're it was expressed to me by my client Fortress that they're like a $70 million company, 60 to 70 million. So I talked to the owner on Friday to talk about what he wants. So
Yeah.
so I mean, it's like I have an in at the top, at the tippy top, you know.
Right.
So if I play my cards right, I could say, "Hey, let me take some of these assets and run ads for you guys because I see you're not, or maybe they are, but they're not working, or maybe they just do Google, they haven't done Facebook. I don't know. I don't know enough about them yet, but
They're getting 114 site visitors a month,
114,000.
1,000, which is
Yeah.
insane. Um, so a lot of organic traffic, huh? So I don't know. I definitely a lot to learn from there. Are they like on big on YouTube or something, or
It probably just ranked really well.
YouTube and Instagram? I don't know. There's nothing crazy here on YouTube. But I mean I'm just kind of being nosy here, but yeah, I mean it's a great move, man. Like I would
Well,
definitely explore that if I were you.
yeah.
Nothing wrong with that, man. Selling.
Yeah, and honestly, it would. I mean, obviously, the money wise and the consistent work is, very appealing. However, it'd be less appealing if it was like, you know, way out of the niche, like
Right.
an auto dealer or something, like. But it's like right in exactly what I want to niche into. So.
Yeah, I mean take it on.
And this is one of, I mean, they've got AccuLevel. There's another one a little farther south called JES Foundation that are just massive too, that I could probably get, you know.
Yeah. These guys have some pretty cinematic content. They seem to really value that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, those are my thoughts. I mean, what
Okay.
else to delve into regarding them? Was there anything else, like any other questions that you had? I mean, take it up, and I think it's a learning thing. It's like, it's a little bit off, a little bit different than what we're doing here, but I think
Yeah.
I'll help you out. Like I don't, it's still in the same
Yeah.
place
I
that you're
mean,
doing.
I just think that I'm just going to run ads wherever. And then if my relationship with them matures into something where I'm doing a lot of work for them and then I'm feeling like there's maybe some exclusivity that they've earned, then I will, I don't know, close up shop in certain markets if things are doing well or if I'm worried that they're going to find out or whatever. But honestly, the stuff I would be doing would just be video work. It wouldn't to start with. So it's not like I have any sort of like allegiance to not run ads against them, you know.
If I were you, I
And
would
it
just
doesn't look like they even run ads. So what's the issue then? So
yeah, just if I were in your shoes, I would take it up, get your foot into the door, and then somewhere in that early part of the relationship, just let them know, hey, I just want to tell you a little bit more about who I am, what I do.
yeah,
And
okay,
from there, you kind of sprinkle that in, like, here's what I'm doing. And then, joking about it, like, hey, by the way, I just, want you to know I'm not running ads on this particular occasion. I respect our relationship. So in case you're wondering, but I did want to be forthcoming and let you know kind of some of the things that we're working on here. And I think
yeah.
appreciate that.
What's that?
You would really appreciate that approach.
Oh, for sure. Yep, yep. So
So Cool, man.
Okay, that covers me. I'm gonna figure out what's up with those ads and get everything back rolling
Cool.
first thing tomorrow. So
Keep us posted. Like what's
yeah, I
happening.
will. I'll be in touch a lot because I don't want to burn more money. I just want to make this work. So
Sounds good.
yeah, cool.
All right, Keith.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Aman. What's
What's
going on,
going on?
man? Chilling.
Call me right when I'm supposed to break my fast.
Yeah, you want to go break your fast real quick? Come back.
I got some water.
My man's about the beast food.
Gotta do this while my energy is.
Yeah.
I got nothing there. Uh,
I feel you.
but I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, what all did you want to maybe talk about then? What's kind of like brewing?
I can kind of show you like maybe where my current ads are at. I basically like was able to hook really fast, and then basically was able to hook really fast, and then I started running ads, got a few leads, and haven't been able. I got like one on the phone call, and then he said to call back on Monday, and then the other ones, I've been just trying to follow up with everyone, but haven't gotten anyone, which is fine. But yeah, I think the hardest part is just like okay, I duplicate my ad set and then I turn it from 50 to 100 and then not get anything today, so I'm thinking about just going back to the 51. Um, but yeah, it's just hard to know like when to cut off. Like, should I try to reach like 1,000 reach first and then decide, or because sometimes you can go a whole day and then all of a sudden it starts like leveling off, and it's just like especially with the cost per lead so much higher for these leads, it's like you have to spend so much more to kind of figure out data, which is very, you know.
Yeah. Um, it's a tough one, man. Like your cost per lead for med spas were like $15 or something.
At most. Yeah. I feel like usually it was like $10.
It's the good old days, huh?
Yeah. I see the trade-off now. I was like, what could easily be? I get it.
It's always a trade-off. I guess like what do you think you should do and like why do you think you should do what you should do? My short answer just like what my mind just goes to is like either there's potential to get better and there is a version of this where leads are consistent and predictably $20.
Right.
Or it's like just getting better and cracking the code and figure that out. Or this is just the name of this game where you're creating an asset, you don't know what's going to happen, you're constantly duplicating assets, and I don't know if that's the reality. I don't know if that like that's normal. And it's like no matter what you do, you're never going to get here where you're consistent getting $20 leads like med spas or like there's just no consist. I don't know.
Yeah. From what I'm getting, from what I'm seeing from like the school guy, is that $30 is $40 typically the average for like most places, but then bigger cities are like 50 to 60. So kind of working off of that. Sometimes I'll get 20, but then I'll quickly go up to like 30. Sometimes I'll get 30, I'll go quickly up to like 50.
It doesn't stay.
But
It does it like really okay. So I mean, what's your average right now? Like how many leads have you generated? How much have you spent?
I can kind of maybe go through
Yeah.
my ad account. Okay, so let me just refresh. Okay, so if I'm looking at Atlanta here, I got let's see, cost per lead. So I'm seeing around like 30, 35, 28, but then sometimes
And
yeah,
out of
like here 78, but then it was getting $2 like, you know, clicks, but then nothing.
hmm,
And so it can kind of be like that. Yeah.
in terms of so you're spending on average $30 per lead. Are
Mhm.
you getting a hold of like one out of two of these, one out of three of these? Like how many of these are like good leads that you're able to get a hold of, have a conversation with, and hand off?
Sometimes I feel like I would say short answer, maybe like 1 out of 4 leads, maybe. Um, I feel like either sometimes they when they come in, like usually the beginning leads, they're like I usually get them, but then like sometimes after a while it'll like get a lot harder as like the other leads come in for some reason. Um, but yeah, I feel like if I look at
So it's basically costing you, you'd say about $120 for a lead then, like a conversation. Because
yeah,
if it's $30 per lead and 1 out of 4, yeah, 120.
yeah,
And so
maybe less than that, but let me see.
if it's
Um,
120, then your cost per acquisition would be like 360.
right. Like these last three were really good, but then like some other ones, I just have a stride where nothing was happening. And then sometimes like two in a row will do really well. Um,
Righteous,
so
what's your experience been, man? Like with running ads to generate leads?
About the same as the mine's really, except for I think his cost is going up right now. I'm still able to get like $20 a lead, but that's because I'm duplicating them. Like if I see it slow down, I get like one lead or something, I'll just duplicate it. But as far as the leads go, like yeah, it'll probably be like 1 out of 4.
Hmm.
Um, like somebody filled out my at the opt-in today and was like yeah, I'm just looking for a job. I was like, what? I didn't even respond to him, but you get some crazy stuff coming through there, but it's about 1 out of 4 that will be probably a good lead. Sometimes you get lucky. You talk to 2, 3 people.
Okay. So I guess that's normal for, you know, what you guys are, I guess that's normal. It's just
yeah,
either accept that or try to get better. And I think that means finding other ad strategies, other people that run ads for painting, seeing if there's any more data. It's
yeah.
That's the reality of like this niche and doing it this way. And so I don't know if you're okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I just like it kind of like throws me off my rhythm a little bit when it's like 3 days past. Whereas like I would be fine spending more if I can get all those leads in like 2 days and just like knock it out. That's kind of where it gets hard. So like my ultimate goal would probably just be like, okay, I'm running ads here. Now I'm gonna start hooking in a different area and I run ads there. But I don't want to right now because of how much I've been spending. I just don't want to be spending like 3 different locations until I just gotten one. Um,
You don't want to
so
locations to get leads. You just want to have one location, get the leads for relatively cheap, do it in 3, 4 days, however many days it takes to close a business owner.
yeah,
You don't want to be in a place where you're like doing 3 hooks, 3 leads, 3 different locations, because it's just too much
right,
money.
right, yeah, at least right now.
How much did it cost you to close that first deal? So let's ignore the ad spend for the first guy.
Yeah.
The moment you started getting generating leads for the second guy, how much did you spend on ads to close them?
Or the second guy, I don't know. I feel like I was just testing so many different things and like I probably had like 4 business owners hooked. So I feel like overall I spent yeah like over 1,000 to, you
So if
know,
you spent over 1,000 to close that guy, but out of that 1,000, how much of that ad spend would you say was attributed to him? Like that you can say, hey, look, these are ads, this is how much I'm spending. I'm specifically spending with the intent of giving these leads to this person. Essentially, what I'm getting at is what is the cost per acquisition on average? That's what I'm ultimately getting at.
um I don't know. I feel like with him, the last guy, the guy that I closed, right? I feel like I kind of hit a stride and it was probably more like 3 to 400 for him, maybe even a little bit less. So, um,
Three to
but
four.
like,
Okay. So let's just have some. So $300 CPA. And out of that $300, how many hours would you say went into closing him?
how many hours went to closing him? Maybe like 2, 3 hours, with between calling all the business owners and then setting up the ads and then checking the ads and getting on the calls and stuff.
So 3 hours, $300. So it's like, hey, if it costs us consistently $300 to close a sale, close a deal,
Mhm.
and we spend about 3 hours to do that collectively, okay. Now let's just kind of look at like med spas really quick.
Mhm.
Your cost per acquisition for med spas was like what, $800?
Yeah,
And then how many hours would you say it would take you on average to close like one deal?
quite a bit. I was
Really?
like, yeah, because I would do so many discovery calls and then so many demo calls.
Okay. So
Each of those sales calls would be like, an hour and a half.
so if we had to kind of like ballpark it, what would you say in terms of hours it would take to close one deal?
Um, to close one deal, maybe like 8, maybe. I don't know if that's too high, but felt like it.
Okay. Can I share my screen with you?
Yeah.
See my screen? Okay.
Um, yeah.
Okay. So we got $300 and then we got 2 to 3 hours here. Um, how has the relationship been with him so far?
It's been good, especially when I was doing the warm handoffs. I think right now it's a little bit like because he got one lead since starting and it wasn't like a good one. So it's kind of gone down, but like overall, it's been really good. Like I've been enjoying the relationships that, for the guys that have been like, doing the transfers too. It seems like they're all really cool.
Okay. So $300 is the cost per acquisition, 2 to 3 hours of work. Um, let's just guesstimate how much you're gonna make from this guy. How much do you think you're gonna make from him? If you just had to guess, like based off my relationship, I think I'm gonna keep him on for 2 weeks. I think I'm gonna keep him on for 4 weeks. I think I'm gonna keep him on for. What do you think?
Um, I don't know. I feel like I don't even know if he's gonna go on past the first week. So let's just say 2 weeks.
Okay. So 2 weeks is basically $500. And out of that $500, you're gonna keep how much? Probably 250 maybe?
I was trying to do half, but I wasn't getting anything, so I tried upping it. So it's probably gonna be like 400.
So 400 is what you're gonna keep or what you're gonna spend out of the 500.
What I'm gonna keep. No, sorry, what I'm gonna spend. So like 100.
Okay. So 500 revenue minus $300 cost per acquisition minus $400 of that is gonna leave us with negative what? 5, 6, 7, negative 3.
200.
Is that right? Or am my math wrong? 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm negative 200. So negative 200 divided by 3 hours of work. So you're looking at, what is that? I don't have my phone on me. Can everybody do the math really quick with that?
So 200 divided by 3. So bad, man.
What's
66.
the math question? I'm good at math here.
Negative $200 divided by 3 hours of work.
Like the most simple math.
Yeah, 67.
Yeah.
Did you calculate that in your mind, Mason? Are you like on like what's the word called? Those really smart people? Like
Only with numbers, bro. Anything else, I'm stupid. I was a kid in math class that understood everything. Then you put me in English class, and I was like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
wait, so you could do this in your head?
yeah,
Damn, bro, you smart.
bro, give me a math problem right now. Don't gas me out.
Okay. 1,300 divided by 4.
By 4,
Yeah.
is 375.
Really? Can somebody do that real quick?
1,400, 1,300.
1,500 divided by 4?
Yeah, 325.
Yeah, bro.
325.
325?
Mhm.
Oh, damn, Mason, I got excited for a second there. I thought you were a
Close,
savant.
bro. Close, bro.
I was about
Sorry,
to
Mason.
got a savant, bro.
What?
Sorry, Mason. You're not autistic. You're
No.
just
That's close though. Shit, that's closer than I would have got.
I honestly like I didn't want to take too long to look stupid, so I knew it was between 375 or 325. I just went with 75.
Whatever. You lost your opportunity. That was the one opportunity to
I
impress.
know, fuck, dude. Next week I got y'all.
So, okay. So, is this this is probably not the average case, right? Like if this was the average case, like you would be losing $67 an hour, right? That would make no freaking sense. Now let's go ahead and take a med spa. Your typical med spa, your LTV is what, 4K?
LTV, yeah, 4K.
Okay. Costs, so
Okay.
cost per acquisition is $800, and then the hours to acquire, and then the hours to service. How many hours to acquire them? You said 6 hours or?
8.
To acquire them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said 8.
And then how many hours to service them?
Um, Probably like 20 or something. Maybe that's too high, but I mean, if I'm doing like weekly check-ins and 3, I'll
Yeah,
say
but
at least. Okay, yeah.
to get to the 4K ML, like how many hours? Like be realistic. You don't have to um undershoot, overshoot, like just realistic.
Is the
I'll say
4 for 3 months I'm on?
it's usually like an average between the people who stay for the 3 months and then the people who stay longer than that. But I would say maybe like 12 to 15 hours.
Okay, so let's go ahead and just say 15 hours.
Yeah.
So 15 hours. So 4,000 divided by 15 plus 8 is 23. Go ahead, Mason. What is that?
Oh man, that's a
Actually,
tough one.
actually, no. Actually, no. It'd be 4,000 minus 800 divided by 23 hours. What is
3,200 divided by 23?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a hard one.
I'm gonna get your calculator out. You
I
ain't
have-
got
All right, hold on. Let me think. Give me like 1 minute. I won't use the calculator. Let me try. All right, 3,200. I'm not even gonna use a pencil, bro. That's how locked in I am. All right.
It's like 4.
Yeah, bro. I feel like that one movie. All right, 3,200 divided by 23. Shit. I'm gonna say around like hold on. I'm gonna say like 63.
163 final answer.
Final answer.
If you can see, but it's
140. That's not bad.
it's not bad.
Okay, so what are we doing here, basically, right? Good job, Mason. You close. You close. You ain't got it like that, but you're close enough.
Bro, I didn't say I could solve them correctly. I just said I could solve it fast.
So, essentially, what I'm getting at is this: like, why do you think I'm painting all this out for you?
To show how effective maybe time per dollar is.
Yeah, like dollars per hour, and just kind of like I want to kind of ask you, like, okay, well, we've been doing this hook method. How do you feel about it? How do you feel? Again, this is what life looked like before. You were making $140 an hour, basically, right? Versus now, it's like, yeah, I mean, just like overall, how do you feel? Do you feel like we're moving the right direction of here with you so far? Do you feel like it, or I'm not trying to like necessarily dissuade you from like what we're doing.
Sure,
I just
sure.
want to take a step back at 30,000 feet, step back and be like, okay, are we moving in the right direction? Do we feel like we can take whatever you're doing, and do we think that we can make more than $140 an hour with what you're doing right now?
Right. I mean, overall, I feel like it hasn't taken that much of my time. Like that's my feeling, right? Whereas for the med spas, I'm hopping on so many discoveries, and then I have my days pretty much filled up with like demos, right? That's what it like really felt like, where I'm like hopping on just so many calls. Whereas here, um, I would say the hardest part is just like the energy that like I'm like, okay, the leads are not coming in. So it's like the anxiety with the leads not coming in fast enough, and then just being ready for like when a lead comes in. Whereas like for the Mets boss, when someone books at a time on a Mets, on a time, it's on my calendar and I just pretty much do the warm handoff. I try to get them on earlier if I'm available, but it's not a big deal if I'm not. Whereas like when a lead comes in, I'm pretty much like I have to kind of be aware of like, whenever a lead comes in, I'm on it. But I would still say it's been a lot more chill that route, because I maybe have like 1 or 2 mornings where I'm just trying to hook, and then once I get 1 or 2 solid people, cool, I could turn ads on. So it's pretty good in that sense. Um, and then obviously with this guy, like the one lead he did get, he called him like instantly. And so that's awesome because if he just does that with enough people, he'll probably do really well. I don't know that for sure, but at least right now it seems like, hey, we're able to get started, and I didn't have to do the onboarding. It wasn't this a lot of explaining. So, it just seems like they kind of have their trade-offs. I think this route that we're building out right now has a lot of potential in the sense that, um, I'm not fully convinced that Drew's doing like 250 a week and it's going towards Facebook. Like I don't see how that'd be possible. But the original method from what I see in the sales call template was that they just sell the high ticket on that call. And like usually when I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here, but I just want to say it before I forget. Usually when I get to the end of the the hook call, I'm usually being like, hey, do you want to know about the price just so I can know right away? But usually they're ready to let me go without even knowing the price. So like I wonder, how much if I do that, I wonder how much of that I can probably do like a 1 month trial, but like a higher price or something. Um, of course, there's been a few people who's asked about price, but a lot of the people were just like, yeah, like I'll just take the free leads. Um, yeah, I don't know if that answered or give any perspective or if there's anything else.
I think I just wanted to make sure you feel like we're moving in the right direction. That's all. Like I want to make sure I want to
Yeah.
feel good about what we're doing here. Do you feel because in terms of like how I can help, I need more data. Like I said, I need more data, I need more information. I know like this past week you said some things I kept saying the same thing over and over. You're like, okay, Kushik. And so
Yeah. I think there's I think I feel good about it. Obviously it can get stressful if like I have like 2 sales calls and then have to do like the process again of like the running the ads. So like if it should be like, obviously I would have to know what the average close is, but if it should be like every person I get on sales calls with, I close, then obviously if I don't close them, then it can get stressful because it's like double the cost per acquisition from there, and then triple. Um, so as far as like, I mean, I'm really enjoying like once I hook them, like that relationship seems to be really good and they seem to just like enjoy it. So I kind of like that. And then by the time I get them towards the end, it's kind of like, if I didn't feel like they're going the warm handoff, then I don't have to put so much energy into them. So I don't know. There's a lot I really do like about it, and I feel like it's just something with if we do Facebook, I just feel like I have to collect more upfront to make it work. If it's, from what I'm seeing, the cost per leads are higher across the board.
when you said high ticket, like you're talking about the original sales script that Drew was supposed to use, it's a high ticket offer in there. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like they don't mention anything about a trial.
The digital landlords PDF document, the sales script, that one is a
Oh,
high ticket offer.
yeah.
Okay, so basically the 250 trial, whatever, that's something that Drew just made up.
I think so, because I don't see it anywhere in that script, and it doesn't like hint at, doing actually that document says to lock them in for a 6 month commitment. So yeah, I don't know how he does it. Like obviously if he's getting really good results, but I feel like if you get 250, it's not going to be enough for like ad spend is what I'm finding. Whereas I really do think he was like getting some leads first, or at least doing the Google, and then probably trying to get them organic. I'm not sure.
So basically, you think the original method is the hooking the same way, like, hey, let me get you some leads. After that, let's talk. And then on the sales call, they sell a high ticket 6-month package. That's the
Right.
then
That's what I think the original play is.
and what Drew is doing is instead of doing that, he's offering a 4-week trial instead of the high ticket to increase conversion rates. That's
Right.
and then he's most likely eating the costs, you think, for the first 4 weeks.
Yeah, either he's eating the costs or he's actually getting them organic leads somehow.
I don't think he's getting
Whether it's
I don't think he's doing that because he never mentioned that anywhere. He's never said once he's using Google SEO, he's doing organic, he's getting people leads somehow.
really, I thought he was actually like getting his sites ranked, and then um he was getting leads from that. Like I thought it was just like, okay, well, I don't want to wait for the leads to come in because it takes about like a month or so. So I'm gonna do the warm handoffs now, and then he has like a site that's like ready. At least that's what I was getting. But then I don't know. I may be not remembering the
Yeah, I
right,
guess
but like
have to have a conversation with him. The reason I don't think that is simply because of what Keith said, where he was like, dude, it takes like 6 months to get any kind of traction at this in this day and age.
right, right. So yeah, he could be eating the costs, which would be crazy to do a whole month like trial.
Yeah. Yeah. I I wish I had asked Drew when we had him what his cost per lead was. So I think that's one of the questions I'm gonna want to ask him. Cost per lead, eating costs. Okay. Yeah, I want us to get more reps in. Like all these things we're figuring out, I want us to get more reps in, and then I'll invite Drew out, and so he can answer all of our questions all in one go. But I want us to learn as much as possible first, so we respect his time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I I I know I just kind of asked you a bunch of like random question, went off tangent, but like I guess like where did you want to take this conversation?
Um, so I mean, I guess with the ad stuff, so I guess my two main ones was when should I know when to like kill off ads and like when to keep going, or is it just should I just use my best, judgment? And then two was seeing if we should kind of maybe think about like what that first offer should be after they like close. Like should it be like a 2 week at 500 or um or not 2 week at 500, but like a 2 week at 1,000 or um I don't know, something like that. Where, but again, that may be getting ahead of ourselves because I think you're trying to see if we're like if there's a even concept for like closing.
I mean, like I said, I consider this closing. Like where you're at, I consider that a close. It's just now we're talking about retention. And so the question becomes, what do you need to do to have the resources to be able to retain them? So to answer the first question of like when do you cut off an ad, the technical rule is 3 times cost per the sorry, it's 3 times KPI. That's the technical like definition of like when to cut it off. So it's that and then using your discernment. So if you come to find like, hey man, my cost per lead should be, you and Righteous are saying like $25-$30. Okay, if it's $25-$30 across the board, 3 times that is like $90. That's the
Right.
truth. Now,
Okay.
if look, I want to be more conservative. Okay, well maybe give it double.
Right.
You say $50. If somebody does not spend with, if something is not coming within $50, okay, let's kill it. Yeah. So that's my answer to the first one. Does that answer your question or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
pretty much I think what I've been doing. It's
Yeah, I think so
painful,
too.
but
Yeah, it is painful. That's the tough part with
yeah,
this.
yeah, for sure.
In terms of what we do from here on out, I think my question to you was, it's hard for if I know what cost per acquisition should be, that would help me out a lot. What that and which is why I asked you that question, because if I know like, okay, if cost per acquisition is $700, then okay, now we need to make sure that our words get that $700. What do you think the cost per acquisition will be based off of the research you've done, based off of what you saw inside that school community? I don't know if Righteous, you have any information. Like, what do you think the cost per acquisition will be? if it's like a decent salesperson, decent average at everything?
I want to say like 400 or 500 bucks, maybe, but I don't know. I
Think so?
haven't seen any of them closed, so it could be a lot higher. So I'm kind of
Where are
basing
you
off
getting
my
that?
ads.
Where are you getting that number of like 400 or 500 bucks? Like, how are you coming to that conclusion?
Just because I've seen like again, it's not anything like take it with a grain of salt, but like I guess like with the first guy when I was running his ads, I got him pretty like I got warm handoffs pretty quick, and he was able to like see both of them. Like he was able to see two people before the sales call. I think a lot of them are able to see like one person before the sales call, or I mean I've only had two people, but like they both have seen one person before the sales call. So like if they're already seeing one person and they need to see like four, then if it costs like $200-300 to get them, I guess I guess it'd be a lot higher. I guess it'd be like closer to 1,000 if it's a times four.
So cost per acquisition, you think is about $1,000?
Could be, yeah. Because there he told me the last call sales call I did, he told me his average ticket was like 4,500. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was like 1,000. Damn.
So he's saying about 300 bucks. 300 bucks plus per customer acquisition. Let's assume a job is about 4K, and this is an average. What kind of neighborhood are you in? Like, what kind of neighborhoods are these? Suburban? Like, how would you define them?
Yeah, like suburban.
Neighborhood and a location. Like, where are you at? What location are you running ads in?
It's some Smyrna, Georgia, which is like in Atlanta or like near Atlanta.
Okay. So I'm kind of seeing $300 to $600
Okay.
for 4,000. 600 book job cost per lead $20 to $50. So you guys are within this range. Higher intent leads $50, 100. This makes sense because you're saying 1 out of 4 people you have a conversation, which is 120 bucks. So you're a
All
little
right.
bit out of this. So this is making sense. Typical close rate. Have you had a conversation with him by any chance? So maybe this is something you guys want to write down, right? Just someone of what their close rate is.
I think the last guy on my sales call said he was about like 30% or something.
Okay, typical close rate for painting is 1 out of 5 leads into a paid job.
No,
What?
I think he said 25 because he's like, yeah, I was like how many I said, how many of these leads until you feel like you'll close? And he's like, yeah, like 1 out of 4, so 25%. So he
Yeah.
said 25.
And does he use paid ads or organic?
Well, he's gone always through organic, but he was just talking about from the leads that he talked to. He's like, I think like 1 out of 4 of these I could, and then just from talking to him, he's like, one of them seemed serious, but the other three didn't seem that. So that's just
Okay.
so.
So
Oh yeah.
let's
It's
let's
20.
let's 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 brainstorm. What do you so based off of what you're seeing? So and what I'm seeing here is that it's about $500 to make a sale. So what that means is that's like if I do 250 a week, that's about 2 to 3 weeks. So for me, when I have somebody hop inside the program, I typically tell people like, hey man, you're gonna close the deal here in about 2 weeks. That's what my expectation is. You might close it faster, you might close it a little bit later. Some people we have 2 days record, 5 day record, but it should be about 2 weeks. And I'm giving people about 2 to 3 weeks to close a deal from a 6 figure, 6 week sales funnel. If they don't, red flag. And if they don't close the deal, I'm just like, man, maybe they just need work on sales. Like maybe they,
Yeah.
um, but the average person is closing a deal in like 14 days with the training. So I guess like what's bringing it? I have a few ideas, but I want to hear kind of your ideas first.
So I mean, if that being said, then they should technically close like in 2 weeks, right? One person. But the only thing I'm concerned about is
You're keeping
keeping them. No, more of like, so from the school guy, he said if your cost per lead is like $35, then you want to be spending $35 a day because he's like something with the Facebook algorithm. I don't know how he tried to explain it, but he's like don't spend less than your cost per lead. Now he wasn't doing exclusions, so maybe it could be like exclusions things where it was just like at the start of every day it was retargeting the same people again. I don't know. Um, but that was the only thing that kind of tripped me out because I'm like, oh, okay, so I can't go too low with my daily ad spend. So that was my only concern. But like if it's consistent, right, then yeah, then we can figure out a way where we're like, hey, you should see in 2 weeks. Um, but I think it would be cool down the line where if they do have the extra money, that they could just spend more and that way they can get results faster. Um, and if something doesn't work, right? So like if I find an ad works in one area but doesn't work in another area, then it would take me like 3 days to like get enough data if I'm doing like $21 ad spend at, with the 125 a week. Because if I do like half that.
I think what I'm getting at is like, let's assume ideal case, right? Let's not like maybe say, hey, this location, that location, like throwing those.
Okay.
Hey, we have an average person, $30 per lead. It's going to be about $600 for them to $500 to close the deal. So what do we need to do to ensure that they upsell? That's the question. And based off what I'm seeing, I think you have a few different ways you can play it. And this is where, again, you were asking those questions of like, Hershey, what should I do about this, that, this? And I'm like, we're going to figure out. So this is the part where we're figuring it out, right? And so I would say you close them. And so now the conversation turns into, based off what I'm seeing in the day, it's like, hey, Mr. Business Owner, we're going to start here. He pays you. Then from there, maybe you do a tie down. Again, I'm just throwing ideas out there. You say, hey, look, based off what I have seen, you might close a deal, one of the leads that we gave you. It's very possible. I saw, so maybe we sprinkle on their head, like, hey, we gave you some really good leads. You might close one. Here's what I do want you to know, though. I'm saying that I want to set prioritizations. It's typically about $500 in ad spend before you're going to close your first deal, or that's what it typically costs. And so what that means is, again, you've covered 250 for the first week. It's gonna be probably around 2 to 3 weeks before you close your first deal. Are you okay with that? He says, yeah. So again, I want to baby step with you. I got three leads for you. And then again, it's probably gonna be 3 more weeks before you see your first close. And then boom, you're gonna make an ROI. Are you okay with that? They say, yeah. And then you commit to spending 250 a week for 4 weeks, and all that is going towards their leads. That's one way you could play it. And you're hoping that they close within 3 weeks, and then you're going to upsell them. And so this is where the upsell comes in. So let's say it takes 3 weeks to close a deal, and then week 4 comes around, and then you go into, hey, so there you have it. Those are the numbers. Now, if you'd like, maybe that's when we try to pitch the 5K. Now we make all our money back. So it becomes like this month-long plan. It's a month long for us to capture a 5K deal. And maybe we have to play the long game. So that's one
Right.
route. That's one route. I can see another route being, hey, awesome. So it's gonna be, so maybe the other thing you do is you change it to $500 a week. So instead of 250, it's like, hey, Mr. Business Owner, it's gonna be $500 a week, and we can see what the conversion rate there would be. That's another option. Let's say you did $500 a week, then in that case, week 1, maybe week 1, you spend all that money towards their leads. And then week 2, now you siphon some of it, and some of it you give to them. Because at that point, they made money within a week, week and a half, so they're going to keep paying.
Right.
So week 1, you spend $500. By week 2, they've maybe closed a deal. They spend another $500. Week 3, week 4 rolls around. Now, when you get to week 4, you try to sell them the paid in full price.
Right.
That's another variation. That's a variation where you get them to pay more. If you can convince them enough, if you're good enough at sales, if you can convince them enough to part ways with $500 and keep them happy enough for a week and a half, just a week and a half, it could maybe work out.
Right.
I'm sure we can split up even more options, but those are some that are brewing in my head. What I guess like what are your thoughts so far?
Yeah. I mean, because like I would assume that let's say that if the average they close in $500, and they make 3,500 back, then yeah, it may be a month-long sales process, but it could also mean that they stay around for like a lifetime, you know? Um, at least that's what it seems like. Because if they make that money back with that 500 and then they just pay the 5K, then we keep rolling and they at least trust that, and it was like minimal effort in terms of like teaching them sales and stuff. So I mean, I would say like with my guy right now,
Do you
I'll
think your
probably
do you think your guy would have taken $500 a week?
he seemed very like both of them seem skeptical at even 250. That's what has been like very interesting because I give them these free leads, but then at the 250 they're still like has like even like before he started, he's like, yeah, like I'll try it for a month, but it wasn't like yeah, let's get started like 250. So I don't know. I really don't know. Like even 250, I was surprised that the first guy didn't want to do the first week at 250 when he's not even obligated to pay the other weeks. I was like,
Right. So the reason I bring it up is like in the first case, it's a longer drawn out sales cycle. It's a month long. It's a month. It's like a month and a week.
yeah.
It's a week to do the trial and then a month of like you're giving up. And so my concern with that is like just you guys get to the end and then you can't convert them and then it becomes this massive hurdle
Right.
for everybody.
Yeah, right.
Versus this case, it's like get them to spend $500. Maybe you have a lower conversion rate, but it's like within a week and a half of work with somebody, whether they're going to upsell or not
Right.
because you
Yeah,
get
I mean, ideally that would be the case where they just pay the 500 up front and then within a week and a half we could just get them the results. Um, that would be the ideal case. And honestly for that, it probably just means I have to build out like a real sales demo or something or like have more bells and whistles or something to get them to pay more. Um, I don't know, but like
like
I remember. Yeah, this side note, but I remember the AI calling works so well for the med spas. Like, I feel like it just boosts my closes by like 20% or more. And so if I can just like say like, hey, for the first trial, we're gonna do it like this. You're gonna call the leads, and then we move you to this. I don't know. It's just, but something where it's like a full-on actual program and not just some guy that they're just kind of talking to. Right? I kind of share my screen. I showed the ads, but like to do what I was doing with the med spas where it was like, you're gonna get this and this, that's like a full on, in my mind, like a full on like sales call.
what are your thoughts? So I'm not a fan of necessarily throwing in like if you throw in the AI bot just to like get them hype up, but you don't actually deliver upon that, I think it's okay, right? Because that's going to just throw a bunch of operational complexity in there. Now, if you say, hey, Kaushik, I'm getting them to do 250, they're skeptical, but I can get them to at least do that. My question would be, okay, well, what if you go in and actually do like a hardcore sales presentation and we can get the 500? I think that would be potentially worth it.
Right.
Like the full,
Yeah,
if
yeah. So you're saying like the whole demo slides and like
if you think it's
properly like selling them.
yeah, if you think it's possible.
I mean, I think it's possible. I think if they show up to a demo call, then there's always a possibility because it's just like I don't they should be less skeptical than the people on the med spa side who saw me from an ad. Um, and so if there's just a way where we can actually like get them to see the value of everything, then I think on my last two sales call, it just I was kind of going in like just with the general framing of like, okay, this were the steps I'm going to go through, but it wasn't really like polished. I'm kind of just, you know, I kind of assumed that they had enough trust with me where it'd be like an easy close. Like it was actually really surprising when, they were hesitant to start 250 for the first week.
I think what it would require is like on the discovery call, you first of all, on the discovery call, you say, hey, would you be open to 500 as opposed to whatever instead of 250? And that's kind of like your first litmus test of like, am I freaking them out or not? And if they pass that,
Like after I revealed the 250 price.
so remember on your hook call, you talk about price on the hook call, right?
I talk about price on the hook call. Yeah.
Yeah. So on the hook call right now, you're saying 250 a week, right?
Yeah.
So on the hook call, instead of saying 250 a week, you're going to say $500 a week.
Right.
You say $500 a week, you're going to see whether it scares the crap out of them or not.
Right. Right.
That's
So
going to
it's
be
either
your first test. So you say, hey, Kushik, I tried the $500 a week and it's scaring the crap out of people. I don't know that it's going to work, right? That's kind of what I'm ultimately getting at. That's going to be our first litmus test.
yeah, because I could say like, hey, it's 2000 a month, but I'm not gonna make you pay all that upfront. The first month, rather than saying 50% off for that first month, you're just gonna go week by week, so it'll be 500 a week, and you can cancel at any time.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And we can see how well that works. And if that works
Yeah.
well, boom, that might solve all of our problem. Now,
Yeah.
$500. And then maybe we need to put something else in there, right? Maybe we need to spruce it up and say, hey, we got the 3 leads. And then we let them know at the end of that third call, maybe this is part of the sales process. So hopefully, I don't know who else here is doing the hook method. If there's anybody else in here, Riviera's here. So Riviera and Rachel. So, maybe you put in there at the end of the third hook call, the handoff call, and you say something along the lines of, awesome, so there you have it, man. Those are the three. Are you open to, are you down for our conversation? Yeah. Okay. And then maybe you sprinkle in there, and now it's like, okay, awesome. Also, just by the way, just want to give you a heads up. I know the 3 leads that we have, these are really good leads. It's not always like this. Sometimes you have one that's okay, two okay. On average, it's about $500 to close a deal. So I just want to be transparent up front with you and let you know and see how they feel about that, because you're planting a seed of $500. So you said the 500 at the very beginning, and they're going to say yes, usually anyways, because it's free leads. Then we plant the seed of $500 again, and then you have the sales call. And so it's kind of like
Right.
you're hitting them with 500 multiple times. So they're like, yeah, I expected to pay us anyways.
Right.
That makes sense.
Now, the only tricky thing there is kind of like what you mentioned before about like, oh, when you mention ad spend, then they're thinking, when I say like it's gonna take about 500, then like,
You don't have to say ad spend. You can just say like, hey, in my experience, the typical marketing budget required because of the systems we use is about $500. That's what's typically costing to acquire a customer. So typically, once people are spending $500, they're able to, with our marketing efforts, to close a deal. So I just want to be upfront with you. In terms of like the marketing budget that we've allocated towards these 3 leads, it hasn't been $500. So I just wanted to, again, there's different ways you can phrase it.
right.
Say ad spend, you have to say Facebook ads, you just have to say marketing budget, stuff like that, general terms. The idea is just
Right.
mind, hey, dude, you need to spend $500 a week. Are you cool with that? Yeah, no, I'm not scared of that.
Or what if, there's that, but then what if it's like, hey, typically it's like, um, typically you'll see 5 leads come in before or something, where we do the math, like we work backwards and then say how many leads they should expect, and then typically it takes 2 weeks to get that 5 leads or something, and then that way they're still spending the 500 upfront, or it takes about one whole week of leads to get like a close. I don't know. Um,
Yeah. So I guess like how would you say that to me? Like imagine I'm a painter. What would you say to me?
like on that last call?
Like, what you just explained, like what you just said, like how you
Yeah.
how would you say
Yes.
you could just pitch it?
Basically, just be like, awesome. So you're gonna get leads that are coming directly to your phone. Typically you'll see about X amount of leads for the week, and usually it takes about that many leads before you get a close. And so typically that may take 1 week, that may take a week and a half, but that's typically the range that we see it. And I don't know. And then that way that 500 is just associated with that. Like when they pay for that first week, they're not thinking this 500 is going to get me. It's just more of like, okay, this first week is going to get me that close.
Yeah. Um,
Or I could just say like typically we see the first close happen in the first 1 to 2 weeks or something. And then that way they're just focused on however many leads they get. You'll probably see 20 leads during this time, and you'll typically close one, so that will become a average ticket price of 4,500 or something.
I think the key is to mention the $500. And so in both of your case, I didn't hear the $500. I think the key is to mention the $500 so that they're primed and ready to pay that 500.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
You're the painter on that sales call. Hey, so there you have it. Those are the 3 leads. You feeling good about everything? Okay, cool. So what time tomorrow? 4 p.m. Okay, cool. Let me get you locked in. Da, 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 da. Okay, did you get that text? Yeah. Okay, cool. So what else? Oh, I did want to mention, Aman, the 3 leads that we got you, the leads that come in, they can be all over the place. Some kind of have really high intent, some can have low. Like you saw your experience. I feel really good about these ones. On average, I just wanted to let you know again, just to make sure, again, this is a conversation we had about 3, 4 days ago. On average, it's about $500 cost per acquisition. That's what we're typically seeing over and over again. So if you spend for every $500 that you spend on marketing, typically that's going to get you 1 client. Again, you're charging about $4,500. That's just kind of what we say in terms of like, hey, for every $400, you're gonna get enough leads, and they're gonna be enough intent where you're gonna close at least 1 deal from that. Does that make sense, Aman? You say yeah. Okay, cool. Does that make sense? So like I'm planting the seed of 500, 500, 500.
Yeah.
And so then when I hop on that sales call, and then you say, and you go through the whole thing, you're like, okay, so like I said at the very beginning, our costs are $2,000 a month. But for you, like I said, $500, what I like to start you off with, and the goal there is so that you can tiptoe, get some, feel nice and comfortable before you commit to any kind of $2,000 per month long-term contract. And also, I'd like to at least help you close a deal before you're renewing. This way, you close the deal before you pay the next time. That would be the ideal case. Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still not sure how much I feel about that last mention of the 500 right before the sales call. I feel like one, it can be that thing where they just start focusing on that, and then they may think like, okay, well, if I'm spending how much of the money that I give you is gonna go towards the marketing, or like they may think, okay, how much did it cost to get these leads? Like I don't want them to start thinking about those things. Whereas like if I mention on the first call, I'm like, yeah, like it's 500, it's just 500 weekly, and you can just try out that first week, and typically most people make a close in that first week, and then if they say yeah, like that's doable, then at least I feel like they're already kind of telling me that they're qualified for that.
If that is what you want to do and you feel like that's sufficient, then go for that. I think the
Okay.
reason I'm bringing it up is I think it pretty much is very similar to like what I brought up at the very beginning of our coaching culture, where I said, hey, you can qualify someone at the very beginning, and then you get to the sales call, and literally they will give you the objection that they promised that they were not going to give you because so much time has
Right.
passed. And so it's like I
Right.
mentioned at the very beginning before I start the trial, and then I mention it right before the sales call, so it's fresh in their minds, so that, and I guess I'm not worried about that because it's not like a traditional sales call where, yeah, because I've worked with this person, I got the person results, I have some
Right.
whatever. So I can talk about that. Their mind can be fixated on that. Um,
Right.
I guess the other reason I'm bringing it up is just because you said the words that came out of your mouth is like, hey, dude, like 250 is tough. 500 could be like really tough. And so I'm trying to figure out ways to help you massage that. Now, if you don't feel like any of that's necessary, then don't do it. Do it like just do what you're thinking you need to do on the discovery call or your hook call, and then maybe put together a banger sales presentation, like you said, and try to sell them on that. If that
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's where my mind initially goes. I feel like there's a little bit less variables there. And then if from there they seem like okay, they're getting past the hook call, but then getting a lot of like no's on that sales call, then I think that's where like okay, we need something in between. Um, but
main thing
yeah,
I would say main thing is this. We've done a lot of talking. I think the key takeaway is main thing is just however you do it, I think get the $500 a week. That's kind of the main takeaway from all this.
right. Yeah.
So hopefully you kind of heard
Um,
that just get that $500 so that you guys have enough money to get them results within a week and a half so that you have more of a chance of them continue to pay. And
yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'll think about that, or I'll start like kind of working towards that. I think, because my thing is if they feel hesitant towards a 250, then it's probably more about the sales and not at all with the price, you know? So like,
That makes sense. Yeah.
yeah,
It could also be like an intent thing though, because like when it comes to Facebook ads, we're getting people to book a call with us there and a lot of pain versus here, we're just like, hey, dude, like,
true.
and so maybe they don't want it bad enough. They don't want it that bad compared to the people that come on our ads from ads.
Yeah. At least two out of the two calls I've had, it didn't feel like they were in a lot of pain. And
Right.
I was kind of breaking down my sales calls today. I was like, I needed to go deeper. I needed to like figure out a way to like get them to, which I wrote down notes. But yeah, I really need to like figure out who's hungry. I think that's like I need to figure out more on the hook calls. Like, are you hungry? Um,
I think so.
but
The hungrier they are, the more likely you're going to be able to, get them to do the 500. So
yeah. But I think for now, what I'm gonna do is rather than try to like profit as much from this first guy, I'll just try to like allocate, like try to bring up the ad spend where, at least for now, see if the first 2 weeks, if I can help him break even and then, or help him get that first close so that, you know, with him it may be a longer nurturing, but then hopefully, ideally, anybody I hook after that is gonna be the 500 a week. And we'll see, we'll see how the 500, but I'll have to start thinking about how I want to go about the sales process and like what should be included in that.
yeah. Okay. Cool, man. Anything else that you want to go over? Top of mind for you?
No, I think that was the main things.
Okay. Cool. Um,
I go eat some dinner now.
yeah. Go get your sugar in before you pass out.
Yeah, sounds
Okay.
good. Thank you.
Mr. Jeremy,
Yo,
go on.
how are you guys?
Chilling. Looking over your onboarding process.
Yeah, I mean, just I have, I guess, just this one client in Florida. It's beyond perplexing to me. I can show you some of the Slack conversations where I'll ask questions, put things in, and specifically, like I said, ask questions or for feedback, and they'll respond back with something that just is like, "Did you know the sky's blue?" And you're just like, "What? Yeah. Can we come back to the?" And then, just so I try to reach them via text, Facebook messages, Slack, email. I'm doing everything I can. And what's weird is they'll respond. Their response is like has no rhyme or rhythm. It's like, well, maybe if I just go like a email, text, Slack, and Facebook message, I'll figure out which one they're kind of used to and then we'll just stick with that so I can get on with this. And they don't, there's no rhyme or reason. So when I was asking you about that, you said, maybe it's in your onboarding. So I didn't really, if I'm being honest with you, I didn't change the onboarding process that you presented to us much. I mean, I added or changed out a few things to make it more relevant to, me or my style or whatever, but the core of everything is still there. Like most of this, I just straight up stole from you. Talking about Slack is the way we communicate, and I put, go back in and put the milestones and pacing just so I can go over that again with them and kind of hammer that in their mind. Expectations, official start dates. I mean, I don't really have anything that's like not what you do. I guess maybe I'm just not getting through to them, and I just need to learn how to do that better.
Is this how many clients you have? I think you said 6 or 7, and then out of them, how many have you had this issue with?
Well, I have 7 clients or 6 clients. This is the only one that's been kind of just like, well, I had the ones in Houston, which we figured out why they were being sporadic in their communication because their business partner was robbing them and she left. This one, I don't, this is the only one I've ever had like this. So like, if, let me pull down
So,
here on
so
monitor.
we can go in and delve in, but it could just be a them thing, right? So
Yeah, at this point, I'll chalk it up to that, and I'll just real quickly, I'll just show you. I mean, if it wasn't frustrating, it'd be kind of funny. Like we were running an ad for them that didn't really work. This is like, that's the other thing is they're very impatient on some of the ads. So the first thing we did was this Valentine's Day thing, which went bananas. But this is the one I started making phone calls for, by the way. So, it was going bananas, and it was the one where I'm like, okay, I can't believe you guys got so many leads and couldn't even produce but just one sale. So we started a new offer after Valentine's Day ended, and they were getting leads hand over fist and were complaining that they couldn't get sales. So then I went on and jumped on the phone, and talking to 2 or 3 people, I immediately got a sale. And ever since then, I've been offering, hey, let me take those calls again for you. Let's have a Zoom meeting. I am one of the, so like, here's the voice note that she left, I think on Friday, saying, let's pause the ad for now because it's just not working. And because we went from the spa day to this facial one, because she thought the spa day one was slowing down. So I was like, all right, well, we'll do a facial one now. So we're doing this facial, and it wasn't getting any traction. So I asked her, I said, hey, I literally was trying everything, like, duplicating the ads. I was going in and, what we were talking about earlier with Keith, where I took off the targeting and all that stuff. Nothing was working. So it's either the offer or the way I was setting it up, and the way I was seeing it is, I ran the almost exact same creative for somebody else and it worked fine. So I'm thinking, well, it's how I've set this up. It just wasn't working. So we agreed to pause it. And she suggested in this voice note, maybe let's do a video. I'm like, okay. So I responded back with these 2 voice notes. And in one of these, I'm basically saying, please communicate with me. Let's keep it all on Slack if you can. I know you have a million different ways you communicate with people, but this is so much better for me because I can upload videos and all this stuff real quickly. And, I didn't get mad. My wife was sitting in here because she came by after her shop closed and was like, hey, you should record that. She walked in while I was doing one. So re-record that. You sound angry. So I re-recorded it with like, please just, anyway. So then I was like, okay, she said she wanted and I heard nothing from her all weekend. Then I went in and I made a little 30-second ad for her, which I think looks fantastic, based it on competitors' ads I was looking at in Facebook, ads library. And through this whole thing, what I suggested to her was, hey, let's run one campaign, one ad set, and do 2 ads and see which one works better. Let's do one that is a video and the other one is a carousel ad. And we'll just let it run for a week or so, and we'll see which one is, maybe your clientele is a little wonkier than what I'm used to. So we'll see which one works better. So then I said, here's what I'll do. So I went in and I created a creative, and then I created because this facial she's offering, she's stressing something about K-beauty, which is Korean beauty. So I thought, well, maybe people don't know what that is. So I made the carousel ad with the ad, and then the extra little slides are all about what K-beauty is and what you can expect and the bottom line, and then finish it back up with another creative. Nothing. Didn't hear a thing all weekend long. And then I woke up yesterday while I was actually in church. While I was sitting in church, she sent me these 2 videos going, here's some videos I made that got good views. And I had responded with, 400 things above that, not a word or a peep about any of that. Just went, look at these videos I made. I was like, what's going on? Is this a joke? So any feedback on anything I left you, nothing. And then I put, and she's talking about good views here. I said, remember, a view on Facebook's 3 seconds. So you might have had 1 million views, but nobody really watched it. So got to be careful. Did you get results off of these? Let me know. Nothing. So then I went in and recorded I thought I'm going to do a Loom video. I'm just anything. So I did a Loom video, explaining and playing the ads, and here's how this would work. I haven't heard a thing. So I really just don't, this is one of those things like I was telling, what was his name? Wild G?
Yeah.
I can't want it more than them.
So what do we do, right? One, I would say that first of all, we might just chalk it up, like you said. Like if you're having a 1 out of 6 case, you get those, right? I told you
Yeah.
that. Said you get one stud, you get 2 duds, and then you get a bunch of average people. This
Yeah.
could be one of the duds. And so if you wanted to make a tweak, what I would say is what's coming to my mind after this experience, because I know you can't do a Monday, Wednesday, Friday check-in like we do. That wouldn't work for this industry. I don't think it would unless you position yourself as a coach consultant. They come from YouTube or something, and you can really hammer them on, hey, here's how it works here in my world. So unless you're going to do that, if I were you, when it comes to your onboarding, yes, it is about your onboarding. And I would say put in your onboarding, hey, when I send you a message, my expectation is that you respond within 24 hours to every single thing I say. There's nothing I'm going to say to you that is random. There is no small talk. If I say something to you, it's very important. I'm looking for feedback for business. So if I say something to you, I expect a response. And if you don't give me a response, then you have the repercussions. For us, for example, hey, if you miss more than 2 coaching calls, you have to sign contracts saying the offer's off the table. Hey, if you miss more than 3 check-ins, offers off the table, you have to sign this. So that's how you can quote unquote reinforce it. If you want to, that's the tweak that you can make that might be worthwhile if you want to test on future people to prohibit behavior like this. But if you get the dud's going to behave like the way the duds behave anyways, no matter how much you drill them. That would be my.
Okay. I'll give that a shot. Yeah, at this point, it's just kind of laughable. It's like,
yeah, it's a little bit silly.
I don't know what to say or what to do. I know they're open from like 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 at night. And the wife, like works another job.
Oh, wow.
So it could be that they're just not able. Maybe when they get home, they're just dog tired and they can't do it. But it is weird. Like in one of the voice notes, because I said, look, I'll do some more phone calls for you. And I know they just hired a new spa manager, so maybe they're just caught up in all that stuff too. But her voice note kind of if you remember, you and I were talking back and forth, and I said it kind of worried me. And you were saying, my wife said, you're being worried over nothing. You said the same thing. And
yeah, what ended up happening?
Nothing. They've not responded to anything. So all those voice notes and all that stuff came after that. Nothing. I haven't heard a word other than, hey, look at these videos. That's it.
So can I just say something really quick?
Yeah.
I think this is kind of important because I think a lot of the stuff, like this client seems like a dud based on everything that we're saying, but I think that like as I looked at the conversation that you had with the lady, I think you're doing too much, in my opinion. So like, can you pull that conversation up again?
Yeah.
This may not matter like as much, but like I think Kashik is definitely gonna like agree with me here. Where like at the end of the day, like all the business owner cares about is like getting leads and making money, right? So it's like messages like these aren't gonna move the needle for you. Where it's like, hey, like I want to make sure that you're happy with what we pick. They don't fucking care, bro. Like the only thing that they care about is like making money. You know what I mean? So it's like you're delaying time doing things along the lines of this. And they might look at this and be like, why doesn't this like they could think 2 things like, oh, this Jeremy guy respects me, or it's like, dude, Jeremy, we don't care. We just need you to do something, right? Or like obviously we know which case it is in this matter, but like
Well,
just out of curiosity, is she saying right here, like, hey, we're gonna turn our ads off?
yeah, she asked me
Okay.
to pause
So-
them and told me to, can you come up with some new things? So
Okay.
that's, I mean, I know there's not context here, but I'm not doing anything. I'm just trying, she asked me to pause and I'm just like, hey, I did what you asked me to do. Can you respond to me now?
Yeah.
Can you
So,
let me know what you want me to do next?
yeah.
Nothing.
So like I don't obviously like we're not gonna jump in and see what you said like in this section here.
Yeah.
But like for me, it's like the number one problem I have to solve is like, why is she telling me to stop the ads? Right? And it's like it looks like down here you're like, hey, okay, like, does she not like the ads because of the way that, like, I mean, maybe I need more context, but does she not like the
No,
ads because of the way they're performing or how they are looking? Because
she won't tell me. That's
if it's how they're looking, then it's like that doesn't really matter that much.
the Yeah, they've never complained about how the ads have looked. The only reason I put these stock footage things on there was I made the video. And
Yeah.
if you read there, it's just saying, if you get a chance, I'm going to show you, I'm going to make this video, but if you think that the video is not representing what you really do, I need to know. So maybe you could use these websites and show me a clip that represents you better.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's like I said, it's kind of out of context, but
that's why I was like, instead, like I wouldn't even said anything. I would have just made the ad first, and if they have a problem with it, they'll just say something. You know what I mean? Because
well,
like you already know what the offer probably kind of is.
well, that's the thing is she had me turn the ad off. Just, hey, it's not performing. Because I said, would you like me to pause this ad? Let's go back to the other one because it's been a couple weeks. This doesn't seem to be working. And we can run the other one and still get you some results and kind of reconfigure on this one and figure out maybe what went wrong.
Yeah.
But if you were to read through this whole book here of stuff, you see where I'm posting something over and over and over because I'll be like, okay, here's your creative, and they never respond. So it's every time. That's the weirdest thing is like they'll say, can you, oh, I like that creative. Can you change this one thing for me and let me see it again? And then I'll change the one thing and go, here it is, and then never hear back. And then I'll have to post it again and say, can you please let me know if this is okay? So I understand where you're coming from. I don't know that it really applies on this one because it's just like me doing too much is just trying to get them to say something to me because I can't, I don't want to do anything without their permission. It's their money. It's just weird. I don't know how to explain it, other than they just kind of ghost me for a while and then will pop up and ignore everything I asked and then throw something at me that is just completely random and has nothing to do with what we were in our previous conversation. It'd be like you and I talking about Go High Level. And I asked you a couple of questions about Go High Level. Hey, Mason, would you help me with this? And the next day, instead of helping me with it, you just go, hey, man, have you read this article on Donald Trump? It's just like, what?
No, I definitely understand what you're saying. What I'm kind of getting at is like the way that you're navigating this conversation. Like the issue is like they're telling you pause, and then there's this like delay period that you have before you're able to like actually make moves inside their business to get them results, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is kind of like the relationship, there's something that happened here in the relationship where they have the power to tell you to like, hey, you have to pause the ads now. Right. And that could come from you saying like, hey guys, we're gonna pause the ads now and we're gonna come up with different creatives. Does that make sense? Where it's like I'm just gonna create the ad creatives first, then I'll go to them and say, hey, look, I'm not satisfied with how the ads are performing. I'm gonna launch new ones. Here's what they look like. Launch them and then wait for them to be like, oh, well, I want you to change this. Then go and change it, bro. You know what I'm saying? But like a lot of like where they're going to fail in the business is like the decision's not being made like quick enough. Where it's like obviously this sounds like a dud, this sounds like a nightmare where like they're not even giving you any feedback. Like they're telling you what to do and then not giving you feedback on it, and then they're gonna be like, well, why haven't we gotten results? And it's like, well, from the past 14 days that you've been waiting for to get back to me, it's like I could have had the data to make the better decision.
Yeah.
And no one wins. You know what I mean? No one's gonna win that argument. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do think the power dynamic in this is wrong.
That's what I'm kind of getting at, where it's like the way that you're navigating these conversations a little bit is like you're letting them kind of take the power over, where it's like in the onboarding, you can say something along the lines of like, we have a set of ads that work within particular regions. That being said, they don't work 100% of the time. They do work 90% of the time. If it comes to a case where you're in a location where the ad doesn't work for you, or for some other reason your audience isn't resonating with it, we're going to change the ads out, and I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to do that, and I'm going to keep you 100% on board. Does that sound fine? But the one thing that we don't want to do is just start pausing the ads. We want to keep adding on and collecting data. Does that make sense? Then they're like, yeah. And I was like, okay, cool. Now you have that in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's good.
A lot of times, then they're just going to be like, well, pause. and then there's going to be a fucking 15-day period where this is going on. And like this
Yeah.
right here is what causes retention to just drop because like nothing is happening. You know what I mean? So it's like I
I
totally
played you that message. The only thing I heard in that message was, you know, the voice is familiar. You've heard it before, where their tone kind of sounds like. The thing that's kind of disappointing is they've only given me a month, and everything is, you know, they've run 3 different offers and 3 different ads. I should have probably put an end to that quickly.
yeah.
But she's talking about money in it. And the red flag that went up for me the way she's talking about money in it is something's wrong that they're not telling me. And it may be larger than just, it may not be about me at all. Maybe they're financially strapped and they just can't run ads, and they're just telling me, hey, pause for now. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I wanted to see, but I like what you said, Mason, about changing the power dynamic, and Kaushik, but the power dynamic in the onboarding call of just saying, hey, this is what I'm going to do. And instead of giving them any kind of input other than, do you like, you know, does the creative, I always feel like before I hit publish, I want to make sure the creative or what's being said in the ad isn't promising something that I'm blindly putting up there. So I always want to get their approval, but maybe I gave them too much rope on this one where they're like, oh, we get to approve everything. He's just working for us. And I probably screwed that up.
The interaction that you have with this person is your interaction like that with everybody, where like I heard Mason say something along the lines of, hey, you're doing too much, you're talking too much. Can we maybe skim through some of the other conversation to kind of see what the is?
A lot of this is these people are new, so I don't have
a good, like a good case study, then like a good person, so we can see the typical interaction.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, this guy's always asking me questions.
That's fantastic. This is fantastic, right? I like when people.
And then I created the offer for him, and you know, I just need, you know, is this okay? Does it say what you want it to say? He had me make, you know, and then he sent me over his logo. He had me make some word changes, you know, things like that. And then the same thing with this lady. She's always asking me questions. So these guys are just, it's usually what you see is a lot of me talking on there, just trying to get them to come to the phone.
So really quick, those 2 people that you just shared, I would assume the interaction, like they're having success, they're happy, you're happy. Is everybody happy? Is everybody content? Is everybody good?
Yeah, I mean, I think this lady is very happy. These 2 right here, Care Aesthetics and Greenwood, they are ready to launch. I'm waiting on Twilio Go High Level to approve their phone number, but they're very happy with everything I've done so far.
And how do you feel? Are you happy?
I feel really good about everybody but the one that's the outlier.
So here's what I'll tell you. My suggestion is this. I'm a huge proponent of don't fix it if it ain't broken, right? You know that.
Yeah.
So I would say that I think, you know, we're spending a lot of time talking about this lady, and we're just maybe chalking it up to like a big nothing burger where it's just, again, she's just a dud. And there's nothing more you can say about that. A dud is a dud, and there's nothing you can say.
I think maybe it's Kaushik. This is just kind of the first one I've had that is a dud like that, other than the guy in Virginia who's paid me and then disappeared.
So my suggestion is, if you want to tweak your onboarding like the way you spoke about, you can certainly do that to kind of maybe put the hammer down a little bit. The second thing I would say is, you know, like how we're saying, like, hey, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to do. Don't question it. Just let us know if you have issues. I would say that if that's not natural to you, don't do that yet. Because again, I'm a big proponent of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So if this kind of interaction of collaborative, it's like feeding your soul and you're just happy and they're happy, dude, keep doing it. And then if you run into issues, maybe down the road, you can make that pivot and kind of put your hammer down and say, hey, this is how I do things. Maybe down the road.
Sounds good. Maybe just feel them out.
Well, not feel them out. What I mean is like run your agency the way you've been running it. And then after like, let's say 20 clients or like 10, 15 clients, you keep running into an issue. You say, okay, you know what? I can't do a collaborative effort. I just need to be a person that just like tells people what to do. And that's what works for me. Like for me, That's what works for me. I don't like a collaborative thing. I don't like going back and forth. I just tell people, hey, here's how you got to do it. This is my expectation. That's what works for me. So you seem not like that. You seem like you're very collaborative.
Yeah, I love to feel like we're a team. We're working to this goal.
Then keep doing that. Keep doing that. If that's what working for you. Like right now, you look like you're having a great time. This doesn't work for Aman. What's working for you does not work for Aman. If you're having a great time, do it. And it's probably just a dud. Probably all it is.
I guess the only thing left is I did film a new ad and kind of edit it, and it's not finished. I haven't put captions on it and stuff, but I took the suggestions you gave me off of, I sent you the script.
Yep.
Let me get this going so that spot owners, and I can share it with you. But I think it, obviously I recorded it and I've edited it, and you see it a bajillion times when you're editing it. I think this feels good. So I'll just let you decide. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Hey, MedSpa owners, are you frustrated with spending money on ads to generate leads that never turn into customers? Most of the time, the problem isn't getting people interested. It's turning that interest into real paying clients who actually walk through the doors. That's exactly what the system I'm offering is designed to fix. Here's how it works. First, we bring in high-quality, pre-qualified leads using multi-platform paid ads. And by leads, I don't mean random inquiries. I'm saying actual potential clients who are interested with money in hand and ready to book. Next, AI-powered follow-ups instantly text and email every lead, nurturing them, answering their questions, booking appointments, and securing deposits up front. No more wasted time on cold leads who never commit. Our AI will set them up so you can knock them down. Finally, by the time you interact with the lead, they are piping hot and ready to be converted into a purchaser of an existing package or membership, or one we create together, so they can become recurring income you can rely on each and every month. The result? A calendar filled with high-paying clients who want your services over and over so you can be best at what you do. I've helped med spas across the country generate consistent, predictable revenue every single month with this system, and now it's your turn. Click the link to schedule a free call. Let's get your med spa fully booked and thriving.
I dig it. I like it a lot. That was fantastic.
Yeah, I still got to add the captions, but yeah.
The only thing I think I would potentially, I felt like by the time you got to the part where you're talking about results, I felt like the video was already actually done. So when you got to results, I was like, there's another 10 seconds here. What's he gonna say in 10 seconds that to sell me? What's there left to sell? And so I feel like the ending part, again, I think it's great. You want to test it out. If it were me, as I watch it, my initial gut reaction is, hey, you and I both, whatever, I would have results at the very beginning.
The part where I say I've gotten,
yeah, I've gone,
flop that over.
Yeah, I would have, and even I feel like the pacing of the very beginning was just so good. It was so fantastic. It got me hooked right into like, yeah, I want to solve the problem. I want to know what you have to say. But could you have said, for example, like, here's exactly how our system works. Here's exactly how our system has helped 372. I'm making things up. Here's how our system has helped add X number of customers every so month. And I'm popping the results on the screen. And then I get into the system. So I'm very quickly leading with proof. And so it's not like, oh, here's a system. It's like, here's my customers and here's a system I'm using. Then the ending, you don't even need it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll try. Maybe I can flip that in there somehow, or just, yeah, I think I could fix that. Yeah.
Great. If you were to keep it the way it is right now, obviously you've got like some stuff you're going to throw in. The only difference is when you say, hey, I got results, I got clients, I'm already sold, but like just knowing med spas, I would love to see like some results or you talking to clients or whatever, some proof so that I can't say like, I need
What
to be.
about maybe adding in Alpida or another person here or there, just because I do have a video from Alpida.
Yeah.
And I think I could get a couple more. Just
One of
little videos of just like short 10-second snippets of them saying he's the best, he does this, he does that, whatever.
Yeah, something like that could be. That's the part that's missing is the social proof.
Okay.
How social
All
proof.
right. I'll see what I can do there.
Another great hook that I've seen, I think I went over in the Wins channel, is like this ad, so it's kind of like this ad right here ad that you have, but it's like, how is this med spa getting these results? It's kind of the same hook. This ad right here is doing this, but that's not the cool part. How is this person doing this? And then you go into the whole spiel. That's kind of another hook.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I was going to ask you, I mean, I think I know what your answer would be, but I was going to do the same thing where I just run the campaign, the ad set, and 2 ads, maybe 3 ads at the same time under. And I thought I might just test one that's just a static graphic and just see. You know, I know that you can't put as much information on it. I just was curious to see if there'd be response out of it. Like if I did something like this, you know, just I may make something up because I see it in my head and send it over to you and let you see what you think. And if you feel like, you're just going to throw money in the trash can, then I'll just knock it off. But
Yeah.
I just was trying to think of different, like, and not just a single, but a carousel, you know, same thing. They can kind of flip through it and see the social proof. And, you know, instead of watching a video, just trying to cater to some of those people who aren't video watchers, and see if maybe I hit them too. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had tonight. Just a little commiserating and showing you the new ad.
I like it. I really like it. I really like that. That was fantastic.
Yeah, well, my wife was the director. I'll tell her she did a good job.
There you go. Good. Cool.
right.
Anything else, Jeremy, top of mind, or feeling pretty good?
No, I got to get the meeting. I got to get some meetings going. I'm pretty sure, you know, I've done the duplication of the ad set and all that stuff. It's just dead. So I think I've had 1 meeting in the last 2 weeks. So that's why I worked pretty hard on this today to get this done. So I may go in and try to make another version of this one where I add in that social proof earlier and then, you know, just do like what I just said. Or I recorded a whole bunch the other day. I think I recorded 10 different ads. So I may just go in and work on a couple of those and just, you know, put together an ad set and run 3 or 4 different ads at the same time, just see which one kind of grabs hold. I don't know if it's ad fatigue or what, but the one I've got running is just not getting anything right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's very possible. We have one ad set. We have 3, 4 creatives in there. They all are great ads, and we just don't worry about it. We just let it rip, and that gives us longevity, right? It's very possible.
Yeah. That's kind of my plan. That's what I thought I might try. And what I'll just, you know, like I said, because I value your input, whatever I create, I'll shoot over to you just in Slack so you can give it a look over and see what you think.
That works.
Okay. All right, guys, have a good night. We'll see you.
Yep.
Thanks, Mason. Appreciate you.
See you, brother.
Okay. Mr. Righteous,
Yo, what's up, Coach Sheik?
how you doing, man?
Doing great. How you doing?
Chilling, hanging in there, grinding, getting it done. So I read through your stuff, man. I guess like where did you obviously like we spoke about this. Where did you want to take the conversation? What else was brewing in your head, bro?
Yeah, so like last week, was it last week? Yeah, last week was a little tough just because like the resource thing I was waiting on kind of didn't come through. It got a little delayed. And I was getting that fixed. So I was just using my own funds and stuff like that to like keep going. Um and I was still having like the lead problem where it's like 1 out of 4. So I'm just, you know, duplicating the ad set and then I guess I'm getting lucky because sometimes like when I do that, it'll pop off like 6 and then it'll start, you know, spitting out. Then I'll get like 3 the next day and 3. And then I'll just probably let it keep running if especially if I'm getting a hold of the leads. I feel like it's I just gotta keep going for real. I know I heard you and Amon talking. I was listening to that as far as like going up to 500 instead of the 250. Um, I for sure it could work, especially if like you're able to get them like some good leads over to like the business owner, um, and just keeping them hot because it seems like if you get them a lead and they're able to go out and do an estimate, even if they don't get like the close or whatever, as long as they're hot, you just you can keep it pushing. But
You can,
like
you
yeah,
can you can keep it pushing. What do you when you say keep it pushing, are you talking about like are you talking about the trial part still, or are you talking about that's what I assume. I assume that's what you mean is like, hey, I hooked the business owner. As long as they're out to do estimates, they're probably gonna close. Is that what you're kind of getting at?
yeah,
Because if
like because the so once my like the guy I had closed, Carlos, like once he like ghosted me, I already had somebody that I had hooked. So I just called him up and started getting him the leads over, but I made sure I qualified him. I got him two, what's today? I got him two a few days ago. I think no, it was Saturday. Saturday I was able to get him two leads. I was a little upset because I was trying to merge one of the calls and it just didn't work. And I called him back, called the lead back. I just said, fuck it, I'm gonna just text it over to him. And he told me that he did he booked that one and he booked that for today. So today at 5:30, I believe he did the estimate and I got him another lead. So I was working on getting him one more so I can, push him to a sales call.
They put me on tails.
But like that's just like the ultimate struggle in this process is just having like, a few hot leads ready to, because
yeah.
you can do it. I feel like you can do it in a day. Like if you got like three hot leads, and that business owner is hungry and he's picking up the phone, you can get three warm handoffs done in a day and book the sales call the next day or so.
Yeah, I believe it. So what I'm hearing is kind of the issue that you guys are running into is just like the leads are inconsistent. That's the problem. It's like, hey man, is that kind of what I'm hearing? Is like the issue is like the leads. It's not the sales process, it's not hooking them. It's this it's the leads.
Yeah. So like I really feel like I made a terrible mistake on the my first client because I don't know, I was thinking like, okay, I get the close and then, from there I can just text them the lead, but that will not work because like if I get the lead and it is a bad number and I'm sending that over to them, it could just be, bad. So I was kind of going through like, oh shit, I was sending them some not the best leads. But yeah, like hooking people is easy. I would say it's just the lead quality part. I think I don't know if I'm getting lucky sometimes, but every time I duplicate it, like it'll definitely get more results. Like it'll spit out at least three. Like today I got four. But one was he was looking for a job. I think I
So
spoke.
go ahead.
Yeah, that was pretty much what I was finishing up that right here.
Okay. So you said the first guy you think you made a mistake. And what do you think the mistake is? The mistake is just texting over the leads because
No,
what happened?
yeah, come on, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
That was it. That was all I was say.
Oh, no, I wasn't nurturing the leads that I was sending over to him at that point. Like I was just getting the lead and texting it over to him. So I'm like, that's probably where I made my first mistake
I
on
see.
that particular client. Like you got to nurture every single lead for sure.
Okay.
Because you don't know if it's a bad number or what the case may be. But if as long as you talk to them and you go, you qualify them, then I think if you're getting them qualified leads over, even if they don't, close
How
a
do you
deal.
how do you know if those leads were good versus bad though? The ones that you got over to them. There's no way that you know because you're not having a conversation with them, are you?
No, no, no. But like I was just thinking in my head because like when I duplicated the ad set again and then because he ghosted me, so now I have to nurture the leads and I'm like finding out like, oh shit, some of these aren't the greatest. So maybe I was sending them not the greatest leads, especially, on those last couple ad sets because I felt like I was in maybe a bad pond.
I see. So here's what I'll tell you. Um, for you to expect to work every lead before sending it over, bro, is not possible. Like, so I just want to rip the band off and say, like, the good news is you're wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, the good news is you're wrong because it's not possible to do. It's not it's possible it's possible to work the leads for the handoff, and you have to, because you have to make a good impression to get the cash. Once you have the cash, you can dictate terms. Once you have the cash, you can control things. So I would say a much better approach is you get the leads, you close the deal, and then this is what I meant is like it's so important that you stay on the call after you collect the cash. Because after you collect the cash, that's when you kind of set some terms like, yo, all right, so here's what to expect. Either you do that or you do an onboarding. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to avoid you guys having to even do an onboarding. So it's
Right.
that time frame where you can say, hey, here is what's going to happen. Here's how I'm going to get you leads. Some leads are going to be hot. Some people are not going to show through. Before we started, I vetted every lead. Moving forward, I'm just going to send the leads over your way. Before, again, every fourth lead that came my way, I only sent you 1 out of 4. So moving forward, I'm just going to give you all the leads. Does that make sense? He says, yeah. Okay. And then from there, maybe you have some kind of cadence like, hey, so I just want you to know I'm going to be checking in on you Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then this way you get to still build that relationship. Because right now, again, you're saying he ghosted you. Why did he ghost you? We don't know for sure, but I can almost guarantee it's relationship issues. We don't know how good those leads are. And maybe he had proper expectations. So if my advice to you guys would be right now is like maybe do like a Monday, Wednesday, Friday cadence right now with your clients. Again, down the road, we're going to see if we can avoid that. But I'm pretty sure that's what Drew does. I'm pretty sure Drew kind of plays the role of like a coach, kind of like what I do with you guys. Make sure you guys are on your A game. Make sure you guys are staying consistent. You guys are not, making silly rabbit mistakes. So perhaps that's the game plan. So you hook somebody, do the warm handoffs, close the deal. You spend 15 minutes setting proper expectations, and then make sure touch point is really high Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And if you can do that maybe for 2, 3 weeks, they close a deal by then, boom, you guys are good. You guys are chilling. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't be working every lead, bro. It's not possible. So don't worry about that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was like, shit, I'm about to start working. I kind of feel like maybe I'm, focusing on like ad spend and like, the cost too much, and just probably just focus on like what you told us to do, like, Monday hooking, like, and just stick to that. Cause like sometimes I just get too worried about like, oh shit, are the leads even coming in? But like if you duplicate it and it pops off, a couple leads, now you can just get them over to the business owner instead of, so I find myself, like in like a circle. Like I'm trying to do it like I'm hooking business owners and I'm trying to get the leads. If the leads ain't coming through, then I'm trying to, get the leads back going, and then I'm, back to hooking business owners. Or, trying to get those leads over to the ones that I hook, not hooking more. But um what I'm trying to get at is just, just focus on the game plan, which is, Mondays hooking, and then, Tuesday, Wednesday, the warm handoffs, and then Thursday closing, and just volume, and try not to really worry about like just the cost of it too much. Because if you start closing deals, then, you're gonna make your money back.
So what you're saying is so Monday you hook, Tuesday, Wednesday handoff, Thursday close. So what do you feel like you're doing right now? Walk me through what you're doing right now so I have an understanding of like what your experience is right now. So Monday you
So
do what, Tuesday, Wednesday you do what, Thursday you do like walk me through what your typical experience is right now.
So typically it was like, of course, I was running the ads first, right? And then I was making sure the leads are good. Then I would start hooking, and I get one business owner, and then it's like, once I get one business owner on the hook, the leads die down. So now I'm back to, trying to, get the leads back up instead of just keep going, like just, you know, hook another business owner, try to, keep going with the
I see.
process.
I see. So you're saying, okay, Monday hook business owner, Tuesday warm handoff, Wednesday warm handoff, Thursday close. Friday, instead of hooking a business owner, you're worried about client one, and so you're focused on getting them results instead of hooking a business owner.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, yeah. Because it's like I gotta, get the leads to be able to keep going. Like you got to be able to get the leads over to the, the business owner. So like I don't want to, be in a situation where, I just got a bunch of business owners hooked, but I'm still only getting like, 3 leads a day type thing. So just if I keep going, I feel like, I close more clients, I can have the ad spend to be able to ramp up and do what I need to do.
I see. Okay. Yeah. So I would say right now at this stage, bro, like I always tell everybody, I'm like, whether you're doing paid ads or something, there's a period where you're spending money just trying to figure it out, right? It's not about being profitable at the very beginning. So that's the first mental unlock. Like right now, um, and especially now, because we're all trying to figure this thing out. This is brand new, right? We're not doing something that I've done a bajillion times. This is brand new for all of us. So it's even for me, it's like, hey, we got to spend money and figure this out together. So that's the first mental thing. So for me, if I were in your shoes, right? And again, I had the resources, I had funds to, you know, spend what I need to spend to figure it out. Monday, I'm gonna hook. Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm gonna do warm, and I don't care how much I'm spending. I spend $50, I spend $100. I don't care. I'm gonna spend what I'm gonna spend, whatever's required to get like 3 leads over to them, 3 really good leads. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday, I'm gonna close the deal. Friday, I'm spending the money that they've given me and I'm hooking another business owner, no matter what. No matter what, I'm hooking another business. Saturday, Sunday, I'm spending enough to get them enough leads. Monday, I'm closing that deal. However that flow is. No matter what, I'm just sticking to that cadence. So the amount I spend on ads is going to fluctuate because sometimes you're getting leads for 30 bucks, sometimes 20 bucks, whatever. That's kind of what I'm seeing with like painters, at least. Um, yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing. Does that make sense or is not making sense?
It's clicking a little. It's making a little sense. No, 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 no. I do get it. I get it. Because, like you said, as you keep going, it's going to fluctuate. Like regardless, especially if you get more closes and deals and stuff like that. So it's that's it's just how it is. So
I think there's so many unknown variables and stuff.
This thing reminds me of Danny sometimes.
Um, whose mic is on? Unless I'm hearing crazy stuff.
It's righteous.
Um, you're good. You're good, righteous. It's all good, bro. So yeah. So let's say Monday I hook. Okay. We'll try the math here. Monday I hook. Tuesday I spend $50. I mean, how much are you spending on average each day to get them a solid lead? It sounds like you guys have to spend about 120 bucks. Does that sound about right?
I'm still doing $50 daily. I haven't upped my budget just yet. I was thinking about doing 70, but I just haven't changed anything because 50, as soon as I duplicate it, it starts working again. So I just noticed that it'll work and then it'll drop, it'll just die down within like a couple days. But I'm typically looking for, a couple leads, 3 leads, 3, 4 leads a day. If I see anything less than that, and or if it's spending a high amount or something like that and it's getting nothing, I'll just duplicate it.
Yeah. Okay. So Monday, I hook a business owner. Tuesday, I'm running the ads. Maybe I have it set for $70 a day. It's going well. Okay, great. So Tuesday, I got myself a really good lead, gave it over to the business owner. Wednesday rolls around. I'm spending $70 a day. I got 2 more leads that are really good. Awesome. Let me take those, give those over to the business owner. So the business owner has 3 solid leads for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So Thursday rolls around. I have turned off those ads. I'm trying to close a deal. Okay. I close the deal. Okay, I turn those ads back on again. The exact same ads. I'm going to turn it back on Thursday. Friday rolls around. I'm focused on hooking another business owner number 2. And let's say my ad set died down. My first ad set for client 1 died down. I'm going to kill that ad set, duplicate it, and then let those leads go to the business owner 1. Is that making sense or does that not making sense? Did I lose you?
No, no, that's making sense.
And so it's like I'm killing and duplicating as necessary, and I'm just keeping the budget at 70 bucks.
No, that makes sense. So like you hook on Monday, and then like you said, Tuesday, you can run the ads, get the leads, do the warm handoffs, Tuesday, Wednesday. Um, you said what Thursday, I could probably shut it off and do sales calls or
Can you,
Friday or
can you see my screen?
oh shoot, yeah. I just see right.
Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So Monday, I hook the business owner. Tuesday, I spend 70 bucks, I generate one lead. Wednesday, I spend 70 bucks, I generate two leads. Thursday, I close, and let's say I close and then my ads are off. Okay. And then I'm gonna turn my ads back on after I close. And let's say I get one lead this day. And then Friday rolls around. And then again, I spend my 70 bucks, but it's shit the bed. So I'm gonna kill this ad set. I'm gonna put another ad set. And then maybe that gives me two leads. And that goes over to this business owner. Right? So Monday, I hook, handoff, close. And then this day, this is what I'm doing for client one. But no matter what, I'm doing hook number two. And then Saturday rolls around, and then I have ad set one for client one. And then I have ad set two for hook two. And so I'm spending $70 here, and I'm spending $70 here. Again, these numbers, I'm just kind of giving these examples. Of course, for ad set for client one, you wouldn't be spending $70 a day. The reason for that is because of the budget of whatever they've given you. Right? You're charging $250 or $700 or $500 a week, right? So you have to divide this equally among the 7 days, whatever the budget is. So again, you're committing to $70 per day for a hook. Maybe that's the best way I can explain it. So Monday, you're hooking business owner one. Tuesday, $70 per day, no matter what. Wednesday, $70 per day. Again, you're gonna get one or two leads. You're gonna close that business owner. Friday rolls around. This wouldn't be $70 per day. This would be, whatever budget client one has with you. $70 a day this is for client number two that you would be hooking. So $70 a day is what you stick to no matter what for cadence in order to hook. Is this making more sense or am I confusing you, bro? So I know there's a lot.
No, that makes sense. Yeah,
It's making
especially with the drawings and everything. I took a picture of it so I can kind of write it down and put it on my schedule and make sure that I'm seeing it every day.
So $70 per day is going towards, this is my budget. It's kind of like your marketing budget. This is $70 per day to get leads to do hooks. This is it. No matter what, $70 per day. Location one, location two, every single time. Every time I get a new location, I'm spending $70 per day. That's going to give me enough leads in order to hook a business owner, close that deal. And then the budget that you spend once somebody has closed, well, then it just depends on whatever, right? So let's say you close somebody on $500 per week. $500 per week, what is that? $500 per week is like, I don't know, that is actually equates to about $80 per day, maybe. I don't know, whatever the number is. So whatever the budget is. So this is for your client, but this is for the hooks.
No, that makes sense. That way you got, the leads coming through for your hooks. And then once you close the deal, you got leads coming in for the client. And then you just do the same thing for each client that you close.
Yeah.
Just depending on what budget that they have. So no, that makes sense. I took a picture for sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I think my theory is that it's all gonna make sense once you guys have, so far you close somebody, he's closed somebody, right? But once you guys have both gone a close for your client and you guys can charge 5K at the end of the 30 days, that's when everything is going to make full sense because you guys have all recouped all of your money and you guys are in the profit and stuff like that. I think we just need a few more weeks before we see that play out.
Got you. Yeah, I feel like it's like, yeah, like I said, the close, like booking or hooking a business owner is definitely easy. It's just that lead part. So I'll follow that game plan because I feel like that'll be easier for me to like stay focused and not be worried too much about like the leads dying down. So
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm glad we went over this. What else is brewing in your head, bro?
Um, That was pretty much the only thing brewing in my head because I feel like I got one more call to get over to my next business owner before I push him to a sales call. I got real close today of doing that, but the lady, she put me on hold. I called her. I had the business owner on the other line, and she was like, "Oh, well, hold on, give me a second," and then hung up, and I wasn't able to get a hold of her. So, uh,
It's all good.
but yeah, it's all good. It's nothing to it. Just
Yeah.
get the leads going back up. So.
Okay. Cool. Well, keep us posted, bro. Let's see what happens. I think, every week we're making more and more progress. So let's see what happens this upcoming week. Let's get another close in. And again, the difference this time versus the first one is, a better transition after you close. After you close, set proper expectations, and then more touch points, and then let's see what happens with that new person that you close.
Will do. Yeah, I'll keep you updated for sure. Also, my KPIs, because I know like I've been updating them, but like you and Mason are still on my free video commercial. So I'm just going to, since I actually have a location where I'm kind of set in, because at first I was just testing and I'm like, that's gonna be a mess trying to keep you guys up to date with that. I can update like my that spreadsheet with my Memphis stuff. That way you can just click on that and see all my Memphis stuff there. Cause that's all my free video commercial stuff, except for maybe a little bit of that. I think I did do a little bit of Charlotte in there, but I can clean it up and keep it organized for you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Like your KPIs for the ads that you're running.
I'm running in Memphis.
Yeah. Is it a different Excel sheet that you're saying you have, or?
Yeah, I basically just copied that Excel sheet and just, put Memphis on there and start putting my Memphis stuff in there. And that's what I was like. That way I don't have like a million tabs down there at the bottom of all the place areas I'm testing out and it's all over the place. I'll just update this for that.
Okay. Yeah, just send that link over. I'll see what you're talking about. And I think yeah, send that over when you get a chance.
Okay.
Cool. Anything else you want to go over, bro?
Oh, no, that was it. I appreciate that tip on the natural stacks brain food. So I'm gonna definitely get my hands on some of that.
Good. Yeah, let me know how that works for you.
Will do.
Cool. All right, Righteous. If there's nothing else, I'm gonna move on to our next person, bro.
All right, yeah, that's cool.
I think we have next Mr. Cameron, and then we got Riviera. Cam. Cool. So chat about results in Orlando. Yeah, update us, man. What's going on with Orlando?
I know what the ads can do. I'll just share my screen. That's cool. Orlando. Yes, I put up my ads for like genuinely like 5 minutes. I spent under $50 and I got one lead and my phone was just like going off. And this guy was just sending like, hey, you cool if we do like $3,000 a week? And I was like, yeah, whatever. Like I've had those before. He was in bed when he was like, oh, let's just get it going. Like I'll send you the money right now. I was like, okay. And this is the guy. So basically he's partnering with a duct cleaner and he's a marketer. So they partnered to start up a duct cleaning business in Orlando. He's from Tampa, so he's kind of nearby. Um, but I'm running the same ads that I've ran for all my guys so far. And the results are very consistent. Like it gives me the juice when I start a new campaign. Same thing here. But actually, the results are not bad right now. But before, so I had them at like $200 daily, and then I dropped it to 150. I was just playing with some dumb stuff. I should have bounced it off you guys, but they have a lot of money. Not saying that I should have wasted it all, but I thought it was fine for me to do that.
Okay, so that's important, right? So the variable here is one of the variables is the location, but another variable is you were having insanely high ad set budgets. that's a big difference between other clients. Unless, did you do ad sets where you had lower budgets like $50?
I've never done anything past 100, and these guys wanted to do like 200 right out of the gate. They wanted to do 400, and I was like, okay, let's ease up a little. I don't know for sure if this is gonna, like, let's just start at 200. Like, I had to convince him to go 200, and then I'm glad I did because the results were like $100 per lead. And we got like 4 leads.
And so now what are your costs per lead? Your cost per lead is, you said,
Here, let me make this more organized. So basically what I've been doing is I've just been duplicating, just trying to find different pockets of fish, because Orlando is like, they have their hotels and their Universal Studios and Disney World and like all that stuff. So I was like, there's so many tourists there. Let's see if we can exclude. So there's 2 factors here. Today I hopped on a call with both of them, and we excluded the area around all the amusement and tourist attractions. So it's kind of like just the people who actually live in Orlando. That's not really attached to that. So we excluded those. And then I also moved the budget back to 67. I changed this one to 67. The Villages is like a little tiny thing on the outside of Orlando where it's just like a bunch of old people in golf carts. They're like, we want to do this radius and then the Villages. So I made 2 different ad sets. So like it's 2 different call outs for the ad set for the copy. So 35. And then the other big factor, and I think these are all positive things. I know
wait,
I'm gonna get a slap on the wrist, like only do one variable at a time, but I also changed the offer. So it was at 249, and I was convincing them. I was like, in my experience, the lower the offer, the better the results. So if we can go from 249, if you can somehow wrap your head around the 169 or something lower, anything lower, like genuinely, I think it's every single dollar that goes down, the better results. That's kind of how I fed it to them, and they're like, okay, I think I can do 16, like 169. That's my bare minimum. So those are the 3 changes: exclusions of all the tourist areas of Orlando. The budget got dropped down, and then I also changed the offer from 249 to 169.
so what's your cost per lead right now?
Cost per lead right now, I don't know if there's no leads yet, but they haven't really spent too much. 954. I did this like today, like the 25th today. Oh no. Why did I put the 25th? It should be 24.
So you've got, I'm looking here, you got some leads that are $33, 177, 72. What's average? Average is like $20, or what's average for you?
From my other clients, average. So in Charlotte, and these guys have been having the same ad. I haven't touched it for like a month and a half at this point. It's $15.
$15. That's Shimmy and Jimmy.
That's Jesse.
Jesse.
This is Jesse. But they are like partners in that location. So
these guys, you're doing the offer you're doing is like $47 or some shit, like right, insanely cheap.
yeah,
It's the offer that you're doing?
yeah, 97.
Okay, 97. So 97 for
Yeah.
these people, and it's, you said $15 per lead?
So in Raleigh, it's $12 per lead, and then in Charlotte, it's for 90 leads, it's been under 18.
12 and 18. Okay. And so they're crushing it. And then you had your client Michael, and what was his cost per lead?
So today, I think I've explained to you guys, like, me and him have been trying to get out of a hole for a while. Like, no matter what we do, we can't seem to get past like just getting no results. So I took one of our original ads and just put subtitles over it, and like grabbed a nice script based off of like your 5-step like ad formula. Just put like the classic TikTok, like the male voiceover. And today was like the first time we're actually like had results. So I just duplicated the ad set. He's like, if we have good results, then let me know, and then I'll ramp up the ad spend. Like, it's not like you're entitled to only 35. If we have good results, like, let's do it. And then I was doing this Facebook again. I should have ran this by you guys. I'm like going through the school thing right now, and they talked about like the horizontal and vertical scaling, and they said to protect the budget, don't just increase the budget. Like, if you 10 times the budget, it's not going to 10 times your results. Not every time, almost never. So he's like, he can either, what he's done in the past is literally just duplicate the campaign. If you want to 10 times it, just duplicate the campaign 10 times, or you can duplicate the ad set 10 times. So that's what I did here, like just now. It's not even loaded yet. It's still preparing.
So my question though is like, what was the average cost per lead back when it was healthy with Michael? Like, what was like, hey, like when you guys were on a tear for like 1, 2, 3 months or however long it was, and the cost, like, what was that cost? That's what I'm asking you.
This one was like our OG, and then it crashed and burned. But I don't know what's going on here, but I think it was like around $30 for the 249. That's not accurate, I don't think.
Go ahead and
Only
click on.
one lead.
Go ahead and click on
Oh,
cost.
okay, sorry, down here. Okay, 79 leads. This is what we should be looking at.
Click on this.
Which one?
Click on this.
Cost per result. Go and click on cost per result. No, not that. Just cost per result. It'll filter it. There you go.
Click it one
So
more time. One more. No, okay, won't go down in order. Okay.
So let's keep scrolling down, and I want you to find one where it's got a lot of spend, and it's got a decent cost per result.
All right. 300.
So 300 at $20 per lead. Okay, so 300. So 300 ad spend, and then cost per lead is $20. $20 cost per lead, and then what is the CPM? CPM is 22.96 CPM, and then your unique link click-through rate is what? 0.83. Or no, got the right one? 0.83. 0.83%. Okay, so now we can use this kind of as like a benchmark, right? So $20 cost per lead at a $23 CPM and 0.3 unique link click through rate. So now let's go back to your new guys. I mean, we can like let's look at Jimmy and Shimmy really quick. Jesse and Shimmy.
Yeah, so I guess so Michael is the 249. So, and that's what we were running up until like today. But if we go to, this is Jesse's location where they're doing 97.
So, okay, so you only got 2 assets here for these guys, which is great. Okay, so we're talking about 15.46 cost per lead. Your unique link click-through rate is 0.99%. Unique link click-through rate. So lead, unique link, CPM is what? CPM is around $18. Okay. So our CPM should be around 18 to $22 or so, about a 1% unique link click-through rate. That should get us a lead about $20. So now let's go to the new guys. And then let's go to like so you said you don't have anything that's working yet, or because you said you do campaign. You shouldn't duplicate until something is proven to be working, right? Unless, is it working? Is something working?
No, the one that I duplicated was on Michael, and Michael, like for the first time in forever, we're getting like $14 per lead, which is, we're used to like 70 to $5. Like we've been in this hole for a long time. So we're like, all right, we have something's popping. Let's not change what's working, but let's also add on top of it. Is kind of what we did.
What was working? I just out of curiosity. I know I want to
basically, I think what, so I had like my original, I'll just show you actually. So this is the original ad that I run for everybody, like out of the gate, and it works every single time, except for now. It's just this, and the only difference between that one and what we ran for Michael to kind of get us out of the hole. I've just been lazy. Like I think I made it way too complicated from what I've been doing. to try to get us out of the hole. But the only difference is camera hand. Okay, let's just do this.
Local homeowners, when was the last time you looked inside your vents?
It's the exact same thing, just like with the 5 thing formula, and I just turn it into like a mail. It's like the exact same thing, just with a voiceover with captions.
So it's the same creative, but it's got the 5-part formula of hook, problem, authority, solution, call to action, and text on the screen. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So that, I mean, yeah, I guess that's a pretty significant difference. That's interesting. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Okay, so anyways, back to yeah.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, back to the new guys.
I've just been like duplicating because like the results were horrendous.
Go
I was like,
scroll to
yeah.
link cost per link click. Actually cost per result. Go and click on cost per result. Yeah. And then so basically the one that's 33 bucks and 64. What is your unique link click-through rate? What is your CPM?
Great.
So
CPM.
okay. So CPM is that. What is your unique link click-through rate?
This guy.
Okay. So pop quiz, what's going on, Cam? You tell me what's going on. What do you see with that ad set?
With this ad set, it seems
what's going on? Why is it expensive? Why is it relatively expensive? What's going on? What are we seeing here?
I don't know. This one doesn't seem too bad.
The
CPM is very confusing to me.
What's the budget? The budget is $35 a day. So
Yeah.
you're not doing anything crazy in terms of budget.
Mhm.
Versus, do you have any? So the one right below that, the villages, did you get any leads for that one? You got 4 link clicks, not spent $9. Why did you shut that off? Just out of curiosity. Oh no, that's the one that's still on.
I shut it.
No, it's on right now.
This one's the one that's on. I shut
Okay.
this one off so I can get a direct comparison because we switched the offer out. I was like, it's doing really well, but I needed them both to be the same, and I wanted to do like a clear, like this is that, this is that. It's not a good split test, not to say out aloud because things change when you duplicate things, obviously. But
So the 21st to the 25th, the difference is the offer. Everything else is the same. The targeting is the same. The everything's the same except for like, hey, I'm changing the price point. Yeah.
No. So today, all these were the same. Up until this point, we were just duplicating ad sets, and then today we changed. The villages has been the same except for the offer. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Orlando, we changed the budget from 200, then I went to 220 for some reason, then I went to 150.
How's all that? What I want you to do is I want you to tell me why the reason is for the cost and everything like that. I want to make sure that you understand. So you just saw me go through these 2 other examples, and then now I'm looking at these numbers. What do these numbers tell you compared to the previous numbers?
It's expensive.
Sure. Yeah. So like what was your CPM before? So actually, what was your unique link click-through rate before in both of the 2 examples? You remember?
Like one low, like 1.20, 1 point.
It was like 1%. One was 0.83, and then the other was 0.99%. So it's like barely 1%.
Right.
So now when you look at this one, what is this one? 1.39.
Well, this one's not bad.
So what does that tell you? 1.39 versus 1%. What does that tell you?
I have no idea.
So the percentage, the click-through rate, the unique click-through, the percentage tells me how good the ad is. It tells me how good the offer is. It tells me how much people want that thing. So the creative that you have, it's proven because it was 1% before, and now it's not even 1%, it's 1.4%. It's fucking higher. It's like almost 40% higher. So that means people really like the ad. It's a really good ad.
Right.
And so there are three variables. They all affect each other. You know how you have like ISO, shutter speed, and aperture, and they like affect how light and dark something is. You can manipulate all three of the variables. Here is the
Yeah.
thing. But here it's unique link click-through rate, CPM, cost per lead. Those are the three. So what I'm seeing here is your unique link click-through rate. The creative is fine. Even the offer might be fine, by the way. The 249 actually might be a fine. Because if it wasn't fine, they wouldn't click on it. So they're clicking on it. So what is the difference here? The difference between this and the difference between the other stuff, the only difference is literally everything I've been telling you, which is CPM. That's literally all it is. So this place is literally double the cost of everything else. So imagine, dude, imagine like you grow up in like I don't know, Ohio like me. Your CPM is 20 bucks. You move to California, literally everything is double the price. What do you expect to happen? You have to either get double rich or live half on half the life. That's the reality.
Right.
So that's all that's happening here, dude. It's like you're just in a more, there's nothing you can do. There's literally nothing you can do other than they have to charge more.
Right.
Your
Okay.
ad, your unique, the most important, I hope you can understand this. Your unique link click-through rate tells you everything. Your percentage is still the same. Now, if your ad, if it was 0.69 consistently across the board, right? Which to me is a fluke. But if it was consistently at 0.5, 0.69, I'd be like, yo, your ad fucking sucks. You got to work on your ad. You got to work on your offer. You got to work on your creative copy. But it's not. It's the same. In fact, it's higher here. So the 249 price point is like really good here. It's more expensive here. That's all it is. The CPM is
Okay.
higher, more affluent, more whatever. I don't even think my initial thought, well, yeah. So here's my thoughts, okay? So you're probably looking for like, okay, well, what the fuck do I do now? Okay. So I think that whatever you've done is probably the right move, but you've changed multiple variables. So what is gonna make the cause things to be different? I don't know. My theory is here's what's gonna happen. My theory is that you're probably just gonna have to eat the fact that your cost per lead is gonna be 30 to 40 bucks. I think it's gonna happen.
Okay. I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad.
This is like this stuff here is like what the hell?
I think the reason you had that is because of your crazy ad spend. I think that was the thing where you just broke Facebook. You just were spending so much that. So here's what you have to understand: the less you spend, the more Facebook is like careful with your budget. It's like Facebook's like, oh, this guy's only spending $10 a day. Let's be very mindful of his 10 bucks and make sure we just give it to the right person. Versus if you give Facebook $1 million, Facebook's like, fuck, what are we gonna do with it? We gotta spend it somehow. All right, this person probably not gonna buy it, but let's just fucking give it a shot.
It's like putting a homeless person begging for money on all different street corners, other than like analyzing which corner is going to produce them the most money.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it.
I don't know why I came up with that, but it's really fun for that analogy.
You went from like a very smart laser target precision homeless person to like a bum that just
It's like you're like a bum asking for money in the slums. It doesn't make sense, dude.
Does that make sense?
All right. Yeah, it does.
That feels like what happened. You ramped up the budget so high because look at your unique link click-through rate. okay, your unique link through rate for Orlando is 98. Your CPM, if you scroll to the left, is probably about 40 bucks. I would be willing to bet. Let's see. Bang on 30. So 31 bucks. So it's actually like better. So yeah, like your unique link through rate is great. Your CPM is actually pretty decent. It's actually better than what it is for the villages. The problem is Facebook is just being retarded. It's not being efficient with your money because you're spending so goddamn much of it. So the more you spend, the more you'll see shit like this.
Okay, and then in terms of this is very comforting to hear, but by the way, yeah, we did this, I was like, all right, Orlando's just fucked. I just took this guy's money and like I don't know what to tell him. Yeah, okay, that's good to hear because I was like, I know what this ad can do, and like a human is a human. Like as long as you want it, you want it. Um,
You're gonna be fine.
okay,
It's your cost per lead is gonna be 35, 40 bucks, maybe 45 bucks. That's the reality. And that, you just have to eat that. They have to be really good at upsells and downsells.
and they're cool with that too. Like, yeah, that's what I've been. They're the type of guys where it's like if their guys can't sell, like they just replace them. Like they're, I don't know what these guys, what their deal is, but they're heavy hitters. They're vicious. Like this is what they're asking me to do. They're like, we need a minimum of 40 leads a week to book 24 jobs a week for 3 tags. So it's like they're really just going for it.
How are they making so much money? Where do they get their current leads and customers?
So the guy, this Stanley, this guy, he's been doing this since like 2008, throughout college, and he just started his own business. He's got like 10 trucks. He's out of Connecticut, Massachusetts, in that area. He's got like a full team there, and then he hired this guy named David, as for his marketer. And David's the one who came through my funnel, hired me for Stanley in his location that they're starting together in Orlando. I guess they're doing it remotely. They're just buying trucks there and making sure everyone's good. And I'm supposed to be the guy on Facebook that's getting them all these jobs. So Stanley has money. His budget's like $12,000 a month. David came to me and he's like, yeah, our budget's like $3,000 a month. He's like, oh, my bad. Sorry, $3,000 a week. We need X amount of jobs. Like we're trying to bring this thing up fast. We're all about speed.
Stanley's the business owner. David is David his partner or just works for him?
David is his partner for the Orlando branch. David is his marketer in Connecticut also, but I think David just hires people so Stanley doesn't have to worry about it. And I'm just the Facebook guy now.
So, but like, how are they making all this money? That's why I'm confused. Like, is David just finding people that do Google ads, Facebook ads, and shit? Like, how are they?
Well, I think David does Google ads. Stanley's just really successful in Connecticut. Like he does like mailers. He shows me his coupons all the time, like what he used to do back in the day. Stanley just has a fleet. I think he's made a name for himself. Like he has like very nice vinyl trucks. He says that everyone knows him in the area. He's got like 8 of them that are always out. Stanley seems like he's got it going on in Connecticut, and he wants to do the same thing in Orlando, and they're doing like a profit share in Orlando together. So if that makes sense.
My question was just like, you for business, you need leads, and so it was just like, how is this guy getting leads? You got to.
Oh, Google. I think Google. Yeah.
This guy scaled his business up to the amount that he has through Google Ads. That's what you're saying.
I think David helped him with Google Ads, but Stanley, I think, probably met David because mailers and newspaper stuff wasn't working anymore. So
Gotcha.
then,
My theory is
um,
back in 2008, 2009, was doing mailers, networking, meeting people, made money, saved up his money, built a fleet of trucks, hired more people. Then he's like, hey, I need to figure out paid ads. He met David. David helped with paid ads with Google side. Now they're trying to figure out the Facebook ads to scale even further. That's what I'm guessing.
yeah, I think so. Yeah. Basically, Stanley keeps telling me, he's like, I believe that Facebook is the new newspaper, and he loves the newspaper. Like back in the day, he's telling me he got like 100 calls off this one coupon. He's trying to find that same feeling, but that doesn't work anymore in somewhere else, which I think he's Facebook is that thing.
That makes sense. Okay, cool. He's just looking for another marketing chain. He's trying to figure out that next pot of
Yeah, both of them are like, we've never done marketing like Facebook ads before. David, I can tell he's got skin in the game. Like he's doing exclusions and inclusions like right in front of me. He knows where the buttons are, but he doesn't do Facebook ads, so it's kind of weird to watch him do stuff like that. But
so he does and inclusions like he clicks on them or he just tells you about them.
Today we were like in a call, and I said sometimes if you do something, I don't see it on my end. So if you're able to just make a saved audience, I'll just go to my saved audience and then put that in later. so that there's no like miscommunication. And when he was doing it, he just knew where the buttons were and knew how to do this and that. He like took a CSV file and put it in there and it put it all down like that. I didn't even know how to do that. I was like, you don't do Facebook ads, but you seem to know a decent amount about it. But
Seems
I don't know.
it seems like he probably does Facebook. He knows how to click around, and he probably just doesn't know how to think high strategy of like what kind of an offer works, why would it work, how would I funnel, upsell, downsell, get people through the funnel. He probably just knows like the basics of like what to click on to do. That's what it sounds to
I think
me.
so too. He's just super chill dude. Like I think he's the type of guy to if his TV breaks, like he's not gonna try to figure it out himself. He's immediately gonna call somebody else and like pay whatever. Like I think he's very much that type of guy.
He's like paying you because it's like, hey, look, I'm not gonna try to figure this shit out. I'm just gonna hire somebody, and hopefully this cam guy knows what. We'll see.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's what it is.
Okay, cool. Anyways, I'm asking. I'm just trying to understand these guys. But what questions do you have now that we've gone over what we have?
Um, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Thanks for going over those numbers. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I know what cost per lead means, but like after that, that was just pretty irresponsible for me to be doing this for like a living. But chat about results in Orlando, what to try in Utah County. I was gonna say this, but like things are working right now, so I was gonna say like what else would you try? But I think I'm just gonna skip this because we're on a good path right now. I think I'm gonna turn my ads back on today. So this week, this is just like life update stuff. I haven't done a sales call or like discovery call in like 2 months or so, just from the baby and all that stuff. Um, yeah, I'm starting to I put something in the wins channel before I had to go into town. But like I think this month in Canadian dollars, I made like $13,000 just in March, and there's still a couple days left, which is super cool for me. Like a huge, I've never made that much in my life. And when I met you, I think I said 15 or so. So like I'm like, all right, I feel like I can. I'm not really. I am trying, but I'm not really like. I haven't been at my desk in such a long time. I've just been getting lucky. It feels like. So I was like, imagine the amount of damage I could do if I really just like got sweaty for a second and just really got in there.
Well,
Um,
so because I know you sold Shimmy or Jimmy a 5K thing. Where did the 13K come from? Break that down.
so my first payment was from Jesse paying the remaining of the prepayment, so 2,900.
Okay.
And then Shimmy liked the results that Jesse was getting, so he wanted it for his own location, which was in Arizona. So I got 2,083 from him. And then I put up my ads in like 2 seconds. I got David through the door, closed him in 20 minutes on a phone call at like 10 p.m. He was in bed literally for $2,083. And then he's partnered with Stanley. So me and Stanley are talking because Stanley needs to be on the same page as to what offers we're running. And then he's like, oh, we're partnered in this location, but I have this location. And I believe that like this is the new newspaper. So like I'd love to work with you to get it there. So I got $2,083 from him today. And then
So
yeah,
Stanley
that's
and
it.
like two kind of like different clients then, kind of in a way.
Stanley and David. Stanley has his own thing in Connecticut.
Right.
David helped him market in Connecticut, and then they partnered to go somewhere else. So they're doing a profit share in Orlando together.
So basically, here you're charging $2,083. Here you're trying to. They're kind of like you're viewing them kind of like some separate entities.
Exactly, yeah. Because I was like, they were kind of giving me some little bit pushback on that. And I was like, if you think about it, if I go 2,083 for just because you guys are the same people, I can't get a client here. So I have to treat you as if you were a brand new client. And they're like, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Good.
So
2083. So you got 3,000 and then 2083, 2083, 2083. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay.
yeah. So that's where that came from. So
So that's 9,000 USD. Or is my math correct?
yeah, like 9,100 and something.
That's 13,000 Canadian.
Yeah.
Nice. Shit. Cool. Good stuff.
It's very, very nice.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. Very cool indeed.
So like I'm gonna get like another message from you like Koshik, I can't make myself do shit. I made nine bands, bro. Like I can't get up. I'm trying to go to Disney World real quick. That's cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. Yeah, so that's why like this came up because I was like, now that I'm in a place where I have these clients, I'm still getting things sorted out in Orlando, and it's like tomorrow I'm having a call with Stanley to get things set up in Connecticut. Obviously, like those things aren't set in stone, but I'm starting to get confidence where before I could only do 2 clients and I had to handle service delivery, and I was like, holy shit, like what am I supposed to do? Like I'm a fraud, not even a fraud, just like I'm panicked. I want to get these people results. I can't be bringing other people through the door while I don't know what I'm doing with these 2 people. So I think now it's like the way I feel right now with having these clients, it feels like I could manage, like I want to try to hit 8 at once. And if some drops off, I still want to like try to get to that 8 number just so I can feel what it feels like. And the reason why I feel confident in that and hopefully even more is just because like I know I can maintain people for like a couple months. And with Michael and I working on this thing where I can kind of prolong the longevity, hopefully. It's not really like too crazy unless results are really going downhill. Then I'd probably just have to like let them fade into the night if I get too stressed out, which is cool. If I get a good sales thing going. So that's cool. Advice on LLC businesses. I think Mason, you said that you got like a lawyer or something to get it done because you were like, I'm just gonna do it because this is what I want to do long term.
Mason, you there? I don't know if he's on a call.
Okay. I don't know. It's not a big deal. I don't even really. I'll just pass it. It's not a huge deal at all.
What was your question? Advice on LLC business registration? Oh,
Yeah, but I think I'll just like go to registration office or maybe find a lawyer. I think Mason just said he found a lawyer or something. So
yeah, dude, you can probably YouTube it, man.
yeah.
All right, I'm back. What I think Cam, you said my name. Sorry, I was on the phone.
Yeah. You said I think when I started, you were talking to me about like LLC business registration or like I think you said you found a lawyer. I was just looking for advice. It's not like anything
Dude,
crazy.
you're still doing that? Okay, so you're looking to start an LLC or like what are you trying to do?
I don't know. Like, is it smart? I mean, like, I think I'm supposed to. I,
I mean, you don't have to, but I mean, at
the
this
benefit is
point,
what? Save your butt. So like they sue your company, not like my house.
yeah. So for example, like let's say a company got mad at you and you didn't have an LLC, they can go for your personal assets, where opposed to an LLC, they can only go to toward your business assets. So for example, like they wouldn't be able to be like, Cam, we're putting a lien on your house if you don't pay or something happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh, but I mean, I don't know how it looks like in Canada, but I know around here, like depending on what state that you live in, it generally costs a couple $100, whether you want to do it with a lawyer or not. But you can use something like, I mean, I don't know if you can use LegalZoom in Canada, but that's something that you can use, and you could probably get your stuff set up for relatively cheap if it works for Canada.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Sweet. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'll get on that. And then the last question is, what should I do about Shimmy? Yeah. So like right before this call, Shimmy texted me. He basically said like, good morning. If you ever, I haven't been on my phone all day. If you ever need anybody to rave on your method and how great it is and how successful it is, let me know. We already booked 8 jobs. We have 10 more leads coming in. I wanted to talk to you about doing the Kansas City location for $1,000 a month on the same forever event, but I want us to fix the automations first. Call me when you get a chance. What I was thinking to do when it comes to handling this is just be like, the exact same thing that I told the guys this morning, where it's like, if you're in a different location, that means I can't have a client there, which means I'm losing out on $2,083. And if you see the value in it, you should be willing to like pay. And if not, then like just don't pay. But that's kind of what I charge because I know what my services can do and it makes sense financially, as you've already experienced. So that's kind of how, or maybe I would do like $1,000 for the first month and I'll honor the second month. If you can pay up the remaining of the like the $5,000, then I'll still honor the 20%, but I'll let them in the door for the first month just to like be nice. But I'm wondering what your guys' takes are on that.
So this is the South Asian guy that wants the discount always, right? What did you end up doing for the first one? Like he wanted a discount. Did you do it or did you just
The discount thing was like, yeah, I gave him the whole speech, but like, all right, yeah, like that's why the prepayment thing exists for the 20%. He's like, all right, I'll move some money around and do it. Then when the day came to do it, he's like, I don't have that money. Like, and I was like, all right, well, and the way I did it was, and I got him on board was by telling him about the Google like thing where I can get him in the 3-pack or whatever, just a bunch of bullshit. And he said yes, but then he didn't even do it. So I was like, all right, like I'm not sticking to that deal at all. It hasn't come up again, but when it does come up again, I'll be like, Shimmy, like you went like a kind of a different direction, dude.
Wait, so this guy, he wanted to work with you, and then he said, hey, can we do a discount? And then you said, no, dude, it's $5,000. That's the discount. The discount is $5,000. Otherwise, it's $2,083 a month. And then he paid you how much? 2,083?
Yeah.
So he paid you 2,083. He owes you another $3,000 for this to get the discount.
Yeah, for his Arizona location.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So now he's basically got another location. So
Yeah.
he's got this. So he had the first location that was a partner. He got this location. He was trying to get a deal, but you're like, no, fuck that. Here's what you have to do. And then now he's trying to get another deal on the third one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, dude. So this guy to me seems like he just doesn't stop, bro. He's just always trying to get discounts.
I mean,
Which
he's loving the results clearly. Like he's experienced it twice in 2 other places, and he wants it third. So it's kind of like, dude, I don't like I love you, dude, but that's what I charge for a reason.
No, not even fucking close, bro. Like hell no. This guy's just trying to see if he can. He's trying to see if he can pull one over you. He knows the value. Fuck that. He knows the value, and he'll pay the $5,000. You don't even have to stress. He will pay it. You don't even have to worry. There's no reason for you to cave in. You've earned the ability to charge the 5K. If I were you, he says he wants to hop on a call. It's like, hey, Shimmy, maybe you just like interrupt him. Hey, Shimmy, before we delve in, man, like I just want to share something with you really quick, to make sense of it. Like, and the reason for it is like I've noticed this has happened already happened twice, and I would not be surprised if it happens in the future. So I just want to explain something to you very logically, and then from there, man, like I hope that we can work together and build something out, and then go into like whatever you said. And it's like, does that make sense? Now, dude, totally cool. If that's not something that you can budget in for, that's totally cool. But when you can, that's what it is, man. I hope you understand.
Right. And then when you say that, you mean like we're not gonna do anything. I'm not gonna build anything out until you're ready to make that payment. That is what I charge.
So it's like, hey, here's what I can do for you, Shimmy. Dude, if you're strapped for cash, type for cash, spending on, whatever, dude, if you want to put down 2,083 for this location, we can, and then just pay off the remaining balance within 30 days, dude, and you'll get that discount. So
But I'm
this way
gonna require a testimonial.
Yeah. When he sent me that text, I was thinking the same thing. I think I might ask for it after he pays.
Don't make the yeah, no, you don't, so you don't need to ask for a testimony. Like testimony, like definitely get it, like Mason said, but you don't need to get like this is nothing. You don't, bro. He's just trying to pull one over you. He's just trying to see if he gets a discount. He will happily, bro. If you ask him for 7K, he'll pay 7K. I'm telling you. This is the kind of guy that'll pay 7K if you tell him. If you say, hey, I changed my prices, bro, like I can't work with you at 7K, he'll fucking pay. Just trust me.
Right.
So what you do is you make the thing of like, hey, it's $2,083 if you want to get started on that one, or if you want to say, it's up to you, or you say with the $5,000, or if you want to do 2,083 and pay out the rent, like whatever you want to do, show me like that. That's just it. It is what it is.
All right.
That's you don't have to talk anymore about it, bro.
So you're kind of talking about like I don't really feel too much pressure, but now we're talking about it. Like I'll probably just be like, no, like this is what I charge. If you don't see the value, don't pay it. Like I don't feel any pressure, which is nice. It's kind of like I don't give a like you're the one who was asking me to do this. This is what I charge. You know how this works. It's like, but let's say I don't like interrupt him and do like that strategy. Let's say he comes at me, he's like, come on, dude. Like we've been like I gave you 2 because he has had that to me before. He's like,
that's what I'm saying. That's why you say this so that you don't have that conversation. So that you say this to prevent him from going to that energy, that level.
Gotcha, yeah. Because he portrays it as like he's trying to be funny, but he's also like, come on, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like you fucker.
Just that's what I'm saying. Like, don't let him get there.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's pretty much it for me. Thank you. And then I think the game plan is pretty much just to keep stacking cash, keep closing deals, as long as I can mentally take it.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. It's not rocket science.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is it, dude. Like, it's not that hard. This is it's pretty normal. So
Sweet. Took some to get here, but it feels good to be here.
good, good. And it took you, what are we on? Month 3, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 months for you to kind of feel stable and you're like, fuck it, I get it. So good.
And I guess now, so stack cash, get as many clients as I can mentally take comfortably, and then in the background, just try to work on getting to month 3 and 4 and 5 on like all these people, like seeing how far I can take them.
I think realistically, I mean, from what I'm seeing, it seems like you can probably maybe get people to like 2, 3 months before the ads start fatiguing. And then it's like either you have a few options. Either you stay here, which is not a bad place to stay, right? You stay here, which is, hey, I'm gonna close people and I'm gonna keep them for about 3 months, and then I understand that after that point, they're done. Or you try to build something out even more, like we do, where it's like a year-long thing or a 2-year-long thing. That's up to you. I would say if I were in your position, man, I think I would.
Because my goal is kind of to get to achieve the most relaxed, we don't have to worry about money lifestyle as I can, like to have money working, because kind of what we've been talking about, like with the finance stuff. Obviously that's everyone's dream, but that is kind of my goal, where it's like I'm a lazy dude. I do like to work and I like to make money, but it's so I can spend as much time as I can with my family and like do what we want to do, like go travel, you know what I mean? And work remotely is crazy because I could probably do this when I'm in a motorhome just bumming out, which has like been my dream since I've been like a little baby. So I'm living the dream, but that is kind of like the dream where it's kind of like so before I just wanted to kind of like give you like a little refreshers to kind of what my
There there are different, so I would the sooner you like Mason will tell you, right? Like Mason is he's always like, Koshi, do this or do that, da da da. I'm like, motherfucker, do you know how lazy I am? I'll tell you that all. And I'm just like, I cannot make myself do that, no matter how. And the thing is, you get to that level, the sooner you figure out the investing thing that we're talking about. The sooner you can save up that money and invest it, and hey man, that 100 G's I invested, bro, that's just gonna be worth like a million. By the way, the whole life insurance, I should have shared this with you. If you put $1 million in whole life insurance, uh, by year 4, you have $1.6 million because it compounds.
you said if you put $1 million into whole life insurance.
Yeah, so I when I was sending you those voice notes, I went ahead and I was just curious because I was like, fuck it, let me go and create this for him. So I was just curious. My friend just won the lottery the other day, by the way. He won $1 million.
What?
Bro, what the fuck? Are you gonna be weird and like bring that up later? You'd be like, oh, like, dude, I literally just had my car broken into, and your friends are fucking buying tickets. What the fuck, yo?
He's an idiot though, so it's another story. He's an um don't feel bad. Like you guys are all doing better. Like he's one of those fuckers that like he makes the money and then he loses in like a year. Like don't worry about it.
Doesn't make me feel better.
It did. When I heard it, I was like, "You idiot! You!" And he like showed me his ticket and everything. I'm like, "You fucker!"
He's got one of those dumbass laughs.
Um. Where is it?
That's crazy though.
Oh, here it is. Whole life insurance calculator. Okay, so this is what I was trying to explain to you. So you put $1 million in, it grows 5%. So by the end of year 1, it's $1,050,000. By year 2, that 1,050,000 multiply that 0.05, it's 1,100,000 whatever. By year 3, it's this. By year 10, it's this. So you get to a place where you're basically making like 100,000. So from year 3 to year 5, like what is that? Like that's fucking 150,000. You get to a place where you're almost making 100,000 per year from your fucking whole life insurance. It's insane. So,
Right.
anyways, Mason, hopefully you're kind of starting to see this is why I'm so like adamant about this kind of shit. That you can make fucking 30 grand a month, or you can make 100 grand doing nothing and just have your money work for you and you live off that money. So this is why it's like just so important to save that first 100,000 and then multiply that to a million and get that into like your whole life insurance and shit. Unlike, and when I say this again, this is very different than the average person telling you like, oh, go save fucking $500 a month and then retire at 65 with one. Like, fuck you. I don't want to retire with $4 million in my bank account at 65 when I can't do shit. Fuck that.
What are you gonna do with it?
Fuck am I gonna do with that? So it's like I want to do that shit in like 5 years, not fucking 65 years. Fuck that shit. So,
Yeah.
anyways, what was I trying to say? So, yeah, based off of your goals, man, like if you can have the 100,000 and you guys have that shit working for you, you can live the life you're living right now. You can live the life you're living right now, which is like make 10K a month, right? If you have 100 grand, you have invested, you have a plan, you know that shit's gonna turn $1 million within the next 5 years. You can easily just make 10K per month. Like what you just did this month, just do that, live off of that, and you'd be chill. Enjoy life. It's
Right.
like it's like this. Do I have the 100K to invest? Everything above that is all fucking gravy. So if you have the 100K that you guys save, boom, whatever, this is all gravy. The way I like to do it is I said 100K, I'm going to save cash, and then 100K I'm going to get from the bank. This is what I did. And I'm going to take that 100K from the bank and I'm going to invest it. And worst comes to worst, I file for bankruptcy, but I still have my 100K cash. Or I take the 100K cash and I pay this off and I don't do bankruptcy. So,
Okay.
so for me, it was like whatever money I make and I stack and I save, I will use the bank's money to match it. So if I could save 200K, okay, I'm gonna fuck with the bank's money 200K. If I could save 300K, I'm gonna fuck with the bank money 300K. So it was like whatever money I can save, I'm gonna match. That's how I thought through it.
Gotcha. Okay.
So right now you have, 80K from Dakota, and maybe you guys take out 20K, and maybe that 20K turns into, I don't know, 150K. If you have that 150K and you make like 10K a month, there's nothing wrong, Cam, with you guys spending like 5K a month. Because this is like your investment money.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like take that 80K, take 20K out of it, make it to 150K. Okay, this is cool. This is our money that we cannot fucking touch. We're gonna invest this 150K and we're gonna try to turn that into like $1 million. And you never touch this shit ever. And then you just enjoy life with this. That's
Right.
realistic way.
Okay. So the goal is to get to 100K as fast as possible, pretty much. All right, cool. Yeah, I sent you some financial, like you told me to like send you a few questions. I sent you a bunch of questions, like no rush at all. Those would just be good things for like Dakota to hear from like the horse's mouth, like straight, because she's like, I don't know, like this, I don't know, like your group or whatever. She's into it. Like after the first voice tone of like why not to buy a house, she was like, all right, I'm in. Like I think she just needs that. I was like, all right, sounds good to me. But yeah, I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
I'm gonna, if it's cool with you, I think I got your questions. I was just kind of sleeping on them because your very first question needs a bit of education on that. So I was thinking I was gonna create a video and just post that if you're cool with it, and that would just be shared with everybody. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
Okay, cool. Anything else, man, that you want to go over?
No, I don't know. My life feels like it's starting to kind of pull together for the first time since we've had this baby. So that's super nice.
I'm glad. Good for you, man. You work for it. You worked hard for it. So just keep going. Don't let your foot off the gas pedal. Just keep doing what you're doing, man.
Cool. Thank you.
Anything else before I move on to Riviera?
Nope. I'm gonna go though.
All right, man. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Mr. Riviera. What's going on, man?
Yo, what to do, guys?
Chilling.
Good.
Hooked a business owner in Chicago going to try to warm them off in 30 minutes. Cost for she, but they don't answer. With the script and homeowners and business owners. I believe HVAC for your female was just practice for window. Again, two more. Going to aim for window door. Okay. $11 on last check. Nice. What I'm
Yeah.
seeing more and more, like you weren't here, Riviera, for like Righteous and Aman and everybody.
I was here.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I was sitting in. Yeah, I was there.
My bad. You were on the far right. I didn't see you. The big thing you saw with them then, man, is like leads. It just over and over again. It's like, dude, I get these leads. They're expensive. I have to keep showing them. And that's the instability versus, dude, you already got it figured out. Like this is the
I'm gonna
hard.
copy that shit. I'm just gonna.
Yeah. Like,
Well, I mean, so the reason why I felt like I was in between two, in two last time is because like his ads were kind of increasing in his price, but they're just so much more flexible, man. I mean, I literally just changed from like the ad saying in your like the whole ad is we need to install 100 doors by the 28th. That's basically the ad, and it shows like a before and after pic. And simply to like it kind of went from $12 a lead to like $30 a lead, and that kind of made me like, okay, well, it's kind of competing with HVAC. Might as well just stick to HVAC since I'm already that's kind of similar cost per lead, right? And then I made some optimizations, and all I did was change from in your area to and just calling out the county itself, and then boom, it dropped to like I think it's like at like yeah, 11 bucks right now. So I just find it's just like it's pretty flexible, and I've been in like that's kind of like dental for me. I'm used to that world of small tweaks and refinements just drop the CPL on the winning ad. Like you could just mess with the winning ad and kind of just change something around, and then boom, you're good for another 2 months, and you don't have to touch shit. And it's so when Naman says like he's used to the med spa world, that I'm used to that late. I don't want to say laziness, but I'm used to that workflow of basically basically just doing the work up front and then being able to coast a little bit. So I have flexibility to kind of like do the, sales, do like whatever drives the needle forward. So yeah, if it's anything like window and door, like what I'm seeing, and if it's similar in terms of dental, like I just feel stronger about it this week more than ever. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of let you know, like, I was effing with, Chicago this morning and kind of doing calls just to build my confidence. I kind of knew I was on the way out, so I just wanted to do the calls to do them just because I hear I'm on getting all these calls and everybody's on these calls, and I'm like, damn, I feel like I'm getting rust. So I just kind of did it for just to get my confidence. But yeah, but I think I'm gonna go to window and door.
okay. Yeah. I mean, the numbers look, I mean, if they're anything, like if you consistently are getting these numbers, which I don't see why you shouldn't get these numbers, because it's not like a cold, hot location thing where Owens is. Dude, it'd be fantastic, man. I guess like what are your questions, or like what things did you want to go over? I mean, I appreciate you, kind of give us a synopsis, but
I'll probably have more technical questions as I further build out. I don't think anything should get in the way. I've been running the HVAC ads to my like basically like it's my Take 10 video, like whatever sub account on Go High Level, and it basically is a place where I've you know get the Northridge HVAC leads, all that. I'm thinking of just simply just creating like just linking up the Facebook page for window and door, and then basically I know it has like when you send the first text out from the Go High Level, it'll say like you have to like by compliance you have to put the like Northridge HVAC or whatever, like the tagline, the headline, right at the end of the text. So I'm just thinking of swapping it out with the window door company name, and then but I don't think anything should get in the way. I did hear Amon say he does like similar area codes and all that, but it's weird because Chicago, I wasn't having those pickup issues at all with the personal number, and I wasn't really having issues. So I'm like, I don't know if I want to stress myself out going just trying to make everything match like the area codes and trying to get a new Go High Level number that I'm gonna have to get, obviously approved, and
no, it's probably not with it right now.
probably just don't worry about it right now.
Right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just more on the technical. I think, I feel better about if I can get volume of leads, because like you kind of heard from Amon and Righteous is like, I thought the goal was always get one lead a day, you know, in 3 days. But then I realized, oh man, only 1 out of every 3 or 4 leads will answer. I'm like, shit. So I'm like, fuck, I need volume. I need fucking volume. So I think the window and door, if I'm getting cost per lead like $11, I could just like, if I do $50 a day, I feel like more confident that shit, it might spin up like the righteous numbers you're seeing. Like, you know, he's getting like 3 a day sometimes, right? So it's like 3 or 4 a day would be nice because then maybe one answers that's solid, and that could be the one a day technically on the high intent, you know. So that's just that. This is my thoughts. But does that make sense? Is that something that you would recommend? Is like try to see if I could replicate that cost per lead in a different area, and then kind of do that $50 a day kind of move.
Yeah. So did you see me like draw this out with Righteous where I went
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if I was fully paying attention at that point. I think I kind of saw you put like a workflow kind of thing, right?
So it's like, so Monday you hook or Sunday you hook, and then so you hook business owner one, and then Monday you run ads for $50, let's say for example, and let's say you get like 2 leads, ads, you spend $50, you get 1 lead, and then sales call with business owner one, and then after that you spend whatever is agreed upon for him. So he's spending $500 per week, so whatever that is per day. So that's this person. And then Thursday, you do hook number two, and then you have add $50 again in order to get 2 leads over to this person. Mind you, it's money for client one. So this is for client one, right? Client one. I don't know if this is making sense. So it's like just kind of the thing you have to force yourself to do that I was just seeing the guys kind of like is like every single day you have to be spending $50 per day and getting enough volume to hook enough business owners. Pretty much you keep this on. I mean, honestly, yeah. Of course you're not keeping on because you're going to different locations, but that's pretty much what you're doing. And this is the part where I think people were kind of like turning on ads and turning off ads. You have to consistently get leads so you can consistently do hook calls and feed them over to business owners for trials.
So don't turn it on and off and stuff.
So you shut it on, you turn it on for location one. Once you have close a business owner in that location, I mean, I'll be honest, actually, now that I think about it, is you can actually like keep this ad set. This ad set, same as this ad set is the same as this ad set, actually. If you think about it, right? Because this is ad set for like, again, Charlotte, North Carolina, North Carolina. I've closed the deal. Okay, now I'm just going to ramp down the budget maybe or whatever.
Within the client's ad set or another ad set within that
it's the same ad set, right? Because this ad set was used to hook this business owner, right? So this ad set is for this business owner, and both the exact same ad set gave the second 2 leads here, 1 lead here, and then I closed this business owner. I did a sales call and I closed this business owner. So this ad set is this ad set. It's the same ad set. This ad set, right? Does that make sense or no? This actually isn't a different ad set.
Okay.
This ad set is the same ad set because I don't need to turn it off or off. It's the same ad set. It's giving the leads. This is a different ad set for a different location. So this business owner might be in California. This is a separate ad set.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just that main thing is as I'm drawing this out, you guys have to figure that out for what works for you. I think what I just shared with you actually makes logical sense, but you guys have to figure that out.
It does. Yeah, I mean, that helps me give me some more yeah, just because it does get kind of messy when you get caught in the weeds of like, you know, how to flow with everything, and then, you know, you get a hook, but then the leads dry up and this and that. But I don't know, I feel pretty confident with the window and door. I mean, I'm seeing the cost per lead. I mean, we've shot with that client and he's like give us approval to use his videos. However, like he really doesn't care. So we can honestly use him as like, he even said, hey, you want a freaking shirts like that? We can rep, you know, whatever. I don't know how that would work. I'd probably have to get it in my name or whatever. But he's like, yeah, my crew can wear the shirts that, you know, you guys you need me to wear or whatever. And man, I'm gonna go in there with a hammer. I'm gonna go in there with a pickaxe and probably the wrong tools, but bring a hatchet for a door job. But yeah, no, I think that might be helpful too, is just having a place where we can create media too, spin up media. But I found like 9 times out of 10, we tried that high end stuff and it just falls flat. Like it's so crazy that those stupid before and after like Canva little graphics work. It actually pisses me off a little bit when when, when we've edited and curated so like really good testimonials. It was fresh off the job. The homeowner's like it's fresh in his head. He's like speaking about the quality of the workmanship, and we have B-roll. Man, that gets nothing, dude. And it's like, dude, the Canva ad of just a before and after, and just I
That's
think the
what
copy is out of date too. It's like the copy is like showing that it's for February or something and it's working. So
that's actually I'm so glad you brought that up. Um And that is a before after. So is Riviera's, and so is Drew's. There might be something to that. So I'm glad you brought that. That's a good idea, actually.
okay. Yeah,
I
that'd
think
be cool if they use it.
I think yeah, for the home service space, like concrete fencing, it's a lot of before afters seem to work really well.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I need I need to get into the thick of it, like window and door, and just like go balls out on a location to really come back with some good data. But I feel good about it. I mean I have to say I feel good about anything I pivoted to and then leave, but this one, I don't know, it feels good. Well, it's more than just feeling good. I have like an asset, right? I have that client that literally is like helping us. Like we can use his ad spend to churn up and test creative on his pocket, on his dime, kind of, and he's benefiting because we obviously made him, close to 15K in 2 weeks,
Yeah.
and that was crazy because yeah, the the wife, I guess, of the homeowner, technically, yeah, I mean, she owns the home too, right? But that she won something too, the lotto or something, and like she just paid him in cash. I forgot she won something. She's like, I don't need his permission because I had this because of whatever that she won. And she's like, I don't need his permission, and he already gave me approval. So he basically was like, dude, I got to circumvent, having to hit up the head of the household on the second close, and the first close was for 11K, and the guy was saying 11K, that's a freaking steal. The last dude quoted me 25K. And then when I asked, yeah, we asked Halim like, hey, did you ask him like what company that was? He got the quote. He's like, Renewal by Anderson. I'm like, dude, that's who we're like kind of running the ads off of, basing that. So I'm like, I'm straight undercutting in that market, but it's crazy. So, but it feels good, knowing that this is pretty high LTV, especially if that's what's considered cheap in I mean, that LA San Fernando Valley market's a pretty high-end community, so I can imagine like those quotes are being sent out to homeowners for 25K for freaking 5 windows. So 11K for this guy who's kind of like a small crew is like a lot for him, and he can get an easy close if we put him in front of somebody. So
Yeah.
I'm pretty pumped to launch this out in a different county, or I'll have to do some research, but is that kind of like, is there anything that you've heard from Amon or Righteous or anybody in terms of research and that actually works? I know kind of Amon's played with some like going at it from the rank and rent perspective, but trying to apply it to ads in terms of like the click rate of things and keywords. And not too sure if that was fruitful for him or not.
It wasn't. What we found was just using common sense of like, hey, it's cold here. Painters are not going to close deals here. It's warm here. People want their house painted. It's just kind of using common sense. It's not, he tried like the rank and rent model. He was like, oh, this would be fantastic. He tried it, it bombed. And I suggest he does the inverse. So if something tells you rank and rent will be terrible, go try Facebook ads there. Maybe it's opposite. And so I don't know that he did do that. But if I were you, it's not something you need to worry or stress about right now. I'm not even close.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
it's like where we're running ads for him. It's like, near me, kind of an hour out. So like 85 degrees, whatever. But we were getting him leads since a month ago. So the weather's been like between 70 to 85. So I don't know. I'll just kind of go with that mind thinking. But
I
I
mean,
don't know.
doors, windows. It's just people need doors and windows all the time, and decent locations, and then especially in the summer, probably like everything's pretty warm. So I
Yeah.
think it'd be a. I think yeah. I think you'll be okay. I think I don't see you running into issues if you continue to get leads. If you're getting these leads at $10, like dude, you. I think you, I don't want to speak too early, but I think you might be the second Drew in terms of what you've cracked. So you might be
That's
like,
what I hope so. But I was gonna say, what's crazy is like they are answering these 5 question like quiz. It's just an instant form quiz. But the consistent answer I'm seeing from a lot of the leads that close at least, that because there's like, how old are your windows doors? 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years? It's around 20 and 15 years. There's some people that come in for 10 years, but most of the people that answer, there's like saying 20, 15 years. So I can imagine like so many homes in just in any area, like there's always going to be a new birthday for a door hitting the year 20. So it's like you just think of that as like the next cycle of the market, like the next pocket, you know. So
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's the case. I'm hoping that most areas will do well and it's copy and pastable like Drew's. Because that was really the appeal that drew me in is like, hey, you know, like we get to set like the location that goes on fire, right? And then we get to, you know, put our flag in the ground. Um, and kind of rather than have a client come to us and say, hey, make this county work for me. And it's like, because I've done that with dentists. I've literally tried it, and sometimes some areas just bomb. And I'm like, dude, I literally did the same ads. I probably put more creative testing than I do on my other client that does better, and we do half the work. So that was kind of like what appealed to me is like that, you know. So yeah, I'm hoping it's copy and pastable.
yeah. I mean, what you said is very important in that I would be mindful of if you're saying if you're paying attention to that pattern, it's like 20 plus years old. Maybe there's a way for you to find like older communities. Like for me, for example, I go where I grew up. It's a really old community. Where I'm at right now, it was fresh, brand new. But you know, now it's kind of getting a little bit older. So
Mhm.
it's like there's ways to see if an area is like you can tell, like, hey, right, you know, this property was built, these apartments were built or whatever in the last 2 years. Okay, let's maybe not go to that location. Let's maybe go somewhere else where there's no, I don't know. Maybe there's a way to figure
Yeah,
that
yeah.
out.
Oh, I actually never. That's crazy. I never thought of that. That that would be crazy. I Yeah, because if I do it, like let's say I do like a random city or county that's like a new development, it may not do as well. So
Exactly.
yeah, you're right. That might save me a lot of time. Okay, I'll note that for sure.
Yep.
Cool. But no, I mean that's it for me. I just really just wanted to update you. I think I was getting in my head about stuff as you saw. I was like kind of overthinking in the general feed. I just really felt like everyone was moving fast and I'm just moving slow. But maybe I was just trying to, you know, trying to squid. What's that phrase? Fit a square peg in a round hole kind of thing. So maybe I was just banging my head on a wall and I was I was trying to figure out why I'm not phasing through a wall. But
Okay.
I'm hoping this will give me the lead boost and volume I need just so I can start, you know, giving value out and start connecting with these guys because, you know, they always sound excited. They'll always say, man, you know, I get so many of these calls, brother, but yeah, this is a unique approach. Tell me more. And it's like this always curiosity and this like almost like this sigh of relief from them. And then this type of like you sparked my interest, now talk more type of thing. And the more I talk, the more they're like, yeah, yeah, you know. So I'm like, okay, this is the easy part for sure. So I need to freaking double down on these, like what is working. And luckily we're working with this client because yeah, it kind of gave me an idea, a perspective that I wasn't getting from HVAC.
Yep.
But yeah, that's it for me, guys. I got a lot of value. I wrote a lot of notes from Amon talking, from Righteous, and from the people I feel like, I mean, everybody, but so I get a lot of value just listening to.
Good. Good. Yeah. Come on. Let's bring in a trophy, man. So I'm brought one. Righteous brought one. You're next. I'm see.
Yeah. And I'm close to hitting like 8K or 9K this month, and it's just from video deals, and it's just like, holy shit. Like I hate I don't even tell you guys because I'm like, they don't count. Like to me, they don't count. I don't want to go in that space. But at least like to me, it's like, well, at least it's giving me I'm grateful for it financing like me doing these endeavors because I really believe, like I still believe always that this is the true path and the work lifestyle I want. And so it's you know, I'm gonna get arthritis one day probably, so I'm not gonna be cranking no tripod up, man. I can't do it. I can't be doing those lights, dude. I can't be doing that.
I think what was really cool was like seeing Cam today. And I don't want to jinx it, but like, you know, he kind of seems like he's kind of like less neurotic. He's just like, you know what? I finally feel at home. I kind of feel like I have stability. It's kind of like when you're in a first relationship, you are worried, like, is the guy gonna leave? Is the girl gonna leave? You have a little bit of anxiety. You gotta, you can't be calm, and
Mm-hmm.
then, 3 years into a relationship, you're both like wearing sweatpants around each other, you're just more chill. And so I feel like he's kind of reached that stage. And so,
I saw that too.
yeah, so I thought that was cool. And, I look forward to seeing you get there. So that's cool.
Yeah, I want to be less neurotic.
You're not rock.
It's funny. I see. I don't think you were saying that, but I see patterns with me and Cam, and then it was funny when he said he had ADHD too, because I can kind of relate to that. So I'm like, oh damn, is that why we're both kind of like I find it very similar. And he's mentioned it too to me. So, but which is cool having someone in the group. I just like hearing from his perspective too, on how he handles things, because I feel like we're kind of wired in the same way.
Yeah. So, I assume, once we get you a few clients, get some results, I can see you being there as well. So I'm excited for that. But that's it, man. Like, I don't want to jinx you either. I don't want to jinx it, but like from what I'm seeing, I think this is a good, I think you have all the ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
More than Aman, more than Righteous. Like, you have more ingredients, I think, for this model working for you. So it's just about implementing it. So but yeah, man. Anything else that's top of mind for you that you want to go over with me or Mason?
No, just I'll communicate with you guys a little bit better on kind of the things I do, and I know sometimes I slack a little bit, but I'll make sure, everything that I'm doing, especially jumping into this new niche, I'll just keep you guys up to date, posted, and just grateful for you guys, and hope you guys have a good rest of your evening.
Man, yeah, we too. All right, then. I'll see you hooligans next week.